Good morning. Welcome to Athens and our beautiful, warm Mediterranean weather. My name is Philip. This is Nicole. We'll be doing the coordinating and facilitating of today's event. We expect each kitchen to come up here and speak for about 15 minutes. We'll also be taking questions. So we want you to present about your own kitchens, and then we will have a few minutes for questions. If you have questions that are short, so you said you do this, do you also do that? Or you said this is this number, or I don't remember what you said. Like questions that are very quick to answer, we will take those immediately. If you have like really long questions about the values of the community and how it compares to other places and all of that, we'll leave that for the end to answer all together. So try to be mindful of what we're asking at each different point. We will also decide if it's to be answered immediately or later on. And yeah, when you come up here to present, if you need anything from us, you can ask, like if you want to sit somewhere else and we're sitting there, or if you want to use something or whatever, just ask and we'll do that. I think that's everything from me, so it's up to you.
Hello. Good morning. Can everyone hear me? Okay. So I'm Nicole. Very nice meeting everyone. And I would like to say a few words about the collective kitchen El Chef before we begin everyone else's presentations. So welcome everyone to the European meeting of Collective Kitchens. It is our great pleasure to have comrades from so many different cities in Europe with us. So let's begin our event. A few words about El Chef. We are a collective that believes in equality and social justice for all people, regardless of language, religion, origin, and any other element of personal identity. We are located at the Migrant Social Center, Στέκη Μεταναστών, on Tsamadou Street in Exarchia, where we coexist with other collectives and initiatives. The Migrant Social Center is a space characterized by self-organization, solidarity, anti-racism, and anti-fascism. It is a space of coexistence, freedom, and the exchange of ideas, where Greek language classes for adult migrants and refugees take place, in addition to group assemblies, discussions, film screenings, photography exhibitions, parties, and so much more. We started cooking in 2008 every Saturday, together with the migrant students, wanting to put the concept of camaraderie into practice and to promote the spirit of self-organization, solidarity, participation, and struggle. And now a few things about our history. Our collective was created alongside the onset of the economic crisis in Greece. Briefly, we will mention that the Greek economic crisis was not a random event, but an expression of a deeper systematic crisis. In the preceding years, economic growth was based on borrowing and the exploitation of workers, accumulating wealth for a small minority, while the average workers maintained their standard of living through debt. When the 2008 global crisis reached Greece, very harsh economic austerity measures were imposed to save the banks and big capital. Wages fell, labor rights were dismantled, and rise in unemployment acted as a tool of fear, forcing workers to accept much worse conditions of survival. Then came the pandemic, which brought a new economic and social asphyxiation. In this phase, the state abandoned the doctrine of non-intervention and borrowed billions, which were, however, directly primarily towards supporting large corporations, confirming its class role. At the same time, workers experienced the absolute flexibilization of labor and were called upon to bear the health risk. The people who kept society standing and hospitals, supermarkets, and delivery services proved to be the most essential for the functioning of the system, but at the same time, they remained the most underpaid and unprotected. During that period, the state completely abandoned the most vulnerable, homeless people, drug addicts, and targeted migrants and refugees were excluded from basic rights, trapped in regimes of repression and invisibility. But we did not remain idle. Taking action is a political choice for us. We choose the path of solidarity. From 2020 until today, we cook over 100 portions of food daily. While today, we are experiencing in Greece the paradox of apparent economic growth accompanied by the impoverishment of workers. Although unemployment has decreased, the working class is experiencing a consolidation of working poor phenomenon. Inflation, exorbitant rents, and high costs of energy are not natural phenomena, but mechanisms for the redistribution of wealth from the bottom to the top. The massive price increases in supermarkets and the water and electricity bills are creating historical profitability records for large monopolies. The war raging in the Middle East and Eastern Europe is being utilized by the government as an excuse to pass harsh neoliberal reforms within the framework of a war economy. It is worth noting that the Greek state, the best ally of the US and genocidal Israel in the Mediterranean, violently represses every solidarity movement with Palestine. Essentially, the decade closes with workers being forced to sell their labor just as, or even more intensely than in the past, yet now being unable to cover even their most basic human needs, such as decent housing and nutrition. Through our actions, we respond that the dead ends caused by the violent capitalism of today, direct action, self-organization, and solidarity are our tools. We work and share food, not out of charity, but out of common need. As a personal and political choice, we are not an NGO, and we reject charity because it turns hunger into an individual problem and exonerates the policies that create it. We are not funded by any kind of state agency. We secure food and materials solely through the contribution of people who believe in solidarity in practice and through fundraising activities. The kitchen constitutes a space of meeting, resistance, and political fermentation, and our way of operating is a result of discussions and collective decisions by people who participate in it, equally, freely, and without hierarchies. We envision and fight for a society beyond the logic of profit, where food, housing, work, and dignity will not be privileges for few, but self-evident rights for everyone. Thank you.
We're happy to take any questions you might have. I'll also let you know that at 2 p.m. we'll be doing our lunch break, where you will both get to eat food that we made and also see the people who come and get food from our kitchen. So this will both happen at the same time around 2. The gentleman in the back, let me see if we can get you a microphone. Do you want to come up here and speak into the mic?
Sorry, my question was, you mentioned you were operating through COVID. Did you face depression from the state on this grounds? Did they try to claim that you were a health hazard, enabling people to collect in groups, or was that something you navigated?
Okay, I'm going to repeat the question because some people say they didn't hear very well. So the question was, during COVID, we said that we were active, and the question was whether we faced any repression from the state, any trouble with us being called a health hazard or anything like that.
So I wasn't part of the kitchen during COVID, but obviously knowing the history and hearing other people who have been here from the beginning, specifically the government at the time, because they had abandoned the homeless people and whoever was in need, specifically in Athens, they wouldn't cause many issues for groups like Solidarity Kitchens or squats in the center because they didn't want to have to take control of the situation. So they allowed groups like ours to exist and didn't cause many issues. But after COVID, the government changed, and that's when, and with a new government that's more neoliberal and right-wing, police has been more present in the area, and they have caused issues, not just with our specific group and where we're housed, but with the entire neighborhood. I hope that helped.
Yeah, you're gonna come up here?
So my question is, how do people apply to volunteer? Is it like an email for like to join the volunteering group? Is it sending messages? Is it like publicly known when activities take place and people just come on their own?
Okay, so I can take this one. Yeah. So first of all, we don't really like the word volunteering, but in any case, the way that people usually join is they show up for either an event or just a random day. They come here and they're like, hey, I'm interested in what you're doing. How can I join? We keep some contact information, and depending on whether we have too many people at the time or too few people, we will reach out once we need more people, and we'll tell them, hey, show up for one of the cookings or whatever, get to know us. And once they've shown up to a few of the like daily cooking activities, let's say, we'll eventually have them come to one of the assemblies, and as time goes on, they're part of the group.
I would be interested in more details about the way you coordinate. So obviously you mentioned the assemblies you hold, but is there online coordination between yourselves? You said the contacts you're keeping with people who you claim didn't volunteer, but well, they did. But is it a mailing list? Is it some kind of chat that you create somewhere? Basically, this kind of details, if you can brief us on that. Thank you.
Yeah, so we have the assembly for all of the serious decision making and like the actual important stuff. And then we have a group chat where we discuss who shows up for what days and where we like just things that come up during the week, but like minor things. So like if we have to make a political statement, we're not going to decide that on a group chat. But you know, I can't come on Monday. Can someone fill in? This is a kind of a group chat thing.
Which platform?
Messenger. Yeah.
If there are no further questions, I think we should start the presentations from each kitchen that have come here. To begin with, we would like to start with the Solidarity Kitchen from Alexandroupoli. They are in Greece.
Okay, hello. I'm Christodouli.
And I'm Theodora.
We're from Solidarity Kitchen from Alexandroupoli. It's in Greece. It's northeast from here. Sorry. Okay. We started cooking in 2023 because there was the outbreak of wildfires in Evros in the summer of 2023, and the fire came very close to people's homes, and they had no other choice but to evacuate. That's where we first came together through the Solidarity Network that had already been set up in Anagnostirio. That's where we cook. It's a self-organized anti-racism, anti-fascism place. So we cooked alongside other collective kitchens for those affected. They came to help because of the fires. We cooked for those who participate in the firefighting efforts and anyone in need, anyone who had to evacuate their homes. We took immediate action and responded collectively and forcefully. This period highlighted that the need for a hot meal does not stop there, and we especially realized this to be an issue on Sundays, because there are other collective kitchens in Alexandroupolis, but none of them cook on Sundays. So we realized this was a problem, and that's the day we chose to cook on. The kitchen operates through an assembly where we collectively make all decisions regarding its activities and its existence. All members participate equally in decision making. The kitchen is housed in an Anagnostirio, like I said, where both the meetings and the cooking takes place. We meet once every other week when we decide on what we're cooking the 2 following Sundays. When our kitchen started, we were only able to cook every other Sunday because we didn't have enough money, we didn't have enough resources. But the last summer, we finally managed to cook every week. We cook and we eat together. Anyone in need of food can come pick it up. And we also are in contact with families and individuals to whom portions are delivered because they either cannot physically come themselves or due to it being Sunday, the public transportation is not very helpful. In addition to cooking, the kitchen has also organized collections of clothing, school supplies, and other items from families in need. We started by making around 30 portions every Sunday, and now we cook 80 portions weekly. Community kitchens within, So we chose self-organization and giving without state funding or donations. What we do is not charity. Charity gives from above, whatever is left over. Charity, whether private or state-supported, operates vertically. Some give and some take, fostering passivity and acquiescence. It builds relationships of dependency rather than equality and promotes the figure of the savior. So we don't like that. That's why solidarity is not charity. It is a political act, a counter-proposal to charity and to state structures for managing poverty and social exclusion. Self-organization means we don't wait for saviors. We organize ourselves horizontally, equally, and collectively. We operate through discrimination without charge and without sponsors. We build communities based on trust and action, not pity. Because food is a necessity, not a commodity. Even though the municipal authorities, the state, or other mechanisms have tried to repress solidarity movements, we continue because we see what it means to share something without expecting anything in return, without self-interest, without hierarchy. Because inside every pot that boils, there is something deeper, hope and the belief for another world that can be born from ourselves. These are some of our weekly posters. Thank you. We make one every week. Anyone is welcome to come and cook with us. We're not many people. We're like 12 people in our assembly, and we try to not cook, not the same people to cook every week. So anyone can come help. Anyone can come eat with us. Yes, so that's the portion size we make, and we try to write on every portion something like συλλογική κουζίνα Alexandroupoli. That means Solidarity Kitchen from Alexandroupoli, and to make money we usually do music events, where we try to make small portions of food. You can see in the left corner. That's where we make most of our money, or from donations, not from organizations, from anyone who wants to just help what we do. And also that's when we take things for school supplies, and on Christmas we try to make something for the kids, because we deal with a lot of families that have like 10 or 11 kids. Also, we participated in the anti-racism festival in both Athens and Alexandroupoli. I think that's it. Yes. Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
I'm going to repeat the same question about the way you coordinate, the way you promote your events. Is by posters. Is there anything online? Are there any chats? On what platform? Also, another question, you mentioned you've been challenged by the municipality, the authorities. In what ways? If you can be more specific. Thank you.
So we have the assembly every 2 weeks, where we decide, like ourselves, the big stuff. Who cooks? What do we cook? Anything we need to do other than cooking. Every big decision. And then we have a group chat on Messenger, where we say like how much it costs, who has to bring the money, who has to bring something else if we don't have it, things like that. And about the municipal authorities, so in Anagnostirio, where we make the food and the assembly and everything, that's a place that belongs to the university. The university gave it anyway to the students, but in the last summer they wanted to take it back. They said, well, they say things that are not true, that we do things that we don't do, but okay, you know how it works. And well, they wanted to take back the space where we make the food, where we don't only make food there, we do cultural things. We try to bring the whole neighborhood together, to have not only students, but any ages are welcome there. So what they did, they tried to take the place back. If they did that, we wouldn't have anywhere to cook. That's actually when we started cooking every week, because we realized we had to be even more there to show that we are there, we do things, we don't just say we do something. Okay, is that a... Okay.
So is it student organized? Did it start as a student organization since you use university spaces, or is it everyone can join?
Everyone can join. It didn't start as student organization. The space started as student organized, but then everyone can join any age. We have people from high school to in their 60s. Everybody can join. It doesn't have to be student oriented, no.
Εγώ, στα ελληνικά.
Everyone can join, but they have to have the same opinions about anti-racism, anti-fascism, self-organization. Yeah. Any other questions? No?
Okay. Oh, okay, sure.
Through what channels do you get the food?
We mostly buy them from open markets. We try to buy everything we can from open markets because we want to help the farmers, the local farmers, to support the locals. But then if we want something like pasta or something like that, we have to go to the supermarket. It's a necessity, so yeah. But a lot of people come and bring food we can use later. If you see here, wait, sorry, yes. What did I do? Okay, so in the... Δείξτε το φέρνουμε. Yeah, there it actually says you can bring anything from food to things like personal items, toothpaste, things like that, because we also bring these kind of things to the families in need. And also many farmers from the open market, because we try to have a relationship with them because we go every Sunday, they know us. Some of them, whatever they have left, every Saturday there's an open market, right? So it starts and ends around 12. So what they have left, instead of wasting it, they give it to us. And that, of course, help us to not have to pay for it because of the 80 portions, we have to make a lot of food, so we need a lot of produce. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up is the kitchen from Thessaloniki.
Okay. Kalimera. Good morning, everyone. First of all, let me start by thanking LSEF for organizing this event and bringing us all together here. I think this is very, very important in such times to meet and talk and hopefully coordinate. My name is Yorgos. I am from Thessaloniki, Greece. Thessaloniki is the second largest city of Greece. It is in the northern part of the country. The kitchen is called Συντροφική Κουζίνα Αλληλεγγύης. Συντροφική is a wordplay. It's our name, it's a wordplay. It comes from the word Σύντροφος, which means comrade, and at the same time means the person that you eat together with. Okay. Κουζίνα, αλληλεγγύη, Solidarity Kitchen, as most of us are here. So I don't have a presentation. We will do this a bit old-fashioned. So basically, I will talk. Let me start, as LCF also started, by giving a very brief description of the situation right now in Greece. We are in 2026. In a few days, we will proudly close the 16th year since the official beginning of the financial crisis in Greece. 16 years that have seen a very strong and brutal neoliberal restructuring of the Greek economy. A capitalism that now has elements of mafia-style governance and function. A country, Greece, that is in a situation very close to resembling a colony or a protectorate. I think what happened 2 days ago with the Piracy Act of the Israeli genocidal state in abducting, kidnapping and assaulting the global Smooth Flotilla, basically inside Greek waters without letting anyone know, is a very, very good proof of that. And repression, crackdown of any type of movement in Greece is on the rise. This means that we have seen 16 years, and maybe more, but let's say 16 years of dismantling of every aspect of welfare state and the social protection that we used to have so far. The kitchen from Alexandroupolis mentioned that before with the wildfires in Alexandroupolis, the largest wildfire in Europe since maybe ever. The floods in Thessalia, a huge flood that destroyed the most agricultural part of Greece, making people environmental refugees for the first time in Europe, and destroying whole villages. A place that a lot of kitchens, us and LCF and most of us were there to be and support people. And also the state crime in Tebi, the murder, actual murder of 57 people in a train crash that happened in 28th of February in 2023. Why I'm saying those things is because, unfortunately, all those situations validate our motto, which is that in this situation, there is no one here for us. There is no state, there is no government, there is nobody here to come and take care of us. We only have each other, and this is our motto. We started discussing about the kitchen in December 2022. We decided that we want to make a solidarity kitchen, but we actually want to go and cook and distribute food in a neighborhood. We picked one neighborhood in the western part of Thessaloniki. Western part of Thessaloniki is notorious for being the most poor, the most impoverished place where a lot of migrants live, and the poorer strata of Greek society, which is unfortunately plagued by a constant rise of the far right, extreme poverty, gangs, and a lot of drug activity amongst especially the youth. So we decided to go there and cook there. We have a base in the migrants hub of Thessaloniki, which is similar to the one here. But every Saturday we go there and we cook there. We did that. We started doing that for the 1st of April of 2023. And every Saturday we are there. We cook and we distribute food. Every Monday we have an open meeting. What is the goal? The goal of the kitchen was to to create a structure of political solidarity. Like everyone said before, we are not talking about charity. We are talking about political, grassroots, class solidarity with anti-racist and anti-fascist elements in a neighborhood where those things are unfortunately on the rise. In every economic crisis, is characterized by disintegration of the social fabric. And we see that the need of groups like us is to try to maintain this social fabric and to do this on our own terms, not on the terms of the state where they offer some benefits and they throw some crumbs. And in this way, they try to actually control people, but on our own terms, through solidarity, through self-organization. And structures like this, like us and like everybody here, eventually, are not just a kitchen, are not just a structure of mutual help, but in those situations, in operating in this way, they can become sparks of resistance in the neighborhoods. So we think that cooking in the neighborhood is a goal is a way to achieve those goals. First and foremost, we consider ourselves to be a political group. We are not only a kitchen. We try to create an example of solidarity and self-organization in this neighborhood. We have political activity. We go to protests. We join festivals. We try to organize some of our own. We organize events for fundraising to support other groups. We have done some to support a group called Free Kitchen Gaza, which cooks and distributes food to people in Gaza. We have political opinion. We express that political opinion, and we try to do it alone or with other kitchens. Very recently, there was a joint text of LSEF and us and other kitchens expressing support for the Προσφυγικά structure and what is going on there at the time. Our principles are reflected in how we operate. Okay, of course, we do not get donations from state, from church, from big organizations and big companies. Sorry, we are not an NGO. Generally, we try to avoid dealing in money, and we try to get donations from basically other collectives. One is a self-organized farmers market, which we have very good relations in Thessaloniki, and they support us a lot. Other collectives, other kitchens, or other groups like us, or individuals. And generally, we try to involve the neighborhood in what we do, which so far is going pretty well. A lot of people there, they support us sometimes with materials for cooking. They give us spaces to store things so we don't have to carry them back and forth every time. And sometimes even basic information about what is going on in the neighborhood is very good to know. When the undercover police is going around asking questions about us and our cooking and who we are and what we are doing here, etc., etc. So we are all talking about solidarity, not charity, solidarity, which is very, very good. But in us, it raises a question, and the question is, what is the practical difference between charity and solidarity in a neighborhood? Okay, how do people that are the persons that come to this kitchen, they hang around, they see us, they talk to us, sometimes they help, sometimes they not, or they even take food, how do they realize this? Because it is very, very difficult from the beginning. We can explain it in words, but in practice, what does it mean? And people are not used to that. Okay, so when we started, and I'm sure everybody here had the same problem, when we started, people were coming and saying, okay, where are you from? You know, are you from the municipality? Are you from the church? Are you from the government? Is George Soros funding you to come here and, you know, all that bullshit? Funny story is the lady that came some weeks ago and they asked us, can I ask you a question? Do you belong to the Communist Party? And we said, no, we don't. And she said, why not? So how do you make people realize what the difference is and what you want them to do and what you are asking from them? It takes time. Slowly people, first of all, the most important thing that we all need to display, and the thing we all do, is consistency. So when people see you there every Saturday, either rain or heat, or I would say snow, but doesn't really snow, but you get the meaning. When they see you there, they start realizing that this is something serious. Okay, it's not some random people coming here and doing their fun and doing their charity and feeling very, I don't know, good about themselves. It is something else. So when they see us there, and they see us every Saturday, they realize that this is something different, and slowly they start asking questions, and slowly we start explaining, and slowly they start also, we start to try to integrate them, okay, to get them to join this thing, because we are talking about self-organization. That means from below to the people that are from below. Usually they do support. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of people actually joining, coming in the meetings and being there every Saturday. But there are a lot of people that have crossed the line between just, I'm coming and I'm taking food and I'm leaving, to I will try to kind of help. Also, we are trying, because we are fortunate enough to have a lot of migrants, of people with migrant and refugee background in the kitchen. That means that this is a very strong example of anti-racist and anti-fascist activity in the neighborhood. Like I said, it is a neighborhood with a lot of far-right. When people come and they see people of Pakistani origin or Palestinian origin or Syrian origin or African origin cooking and sharing food with each other, this is a very good way to start breaking barriers. But as ourselves, we are constantly in a discussion about this. What does solidarity mean in practice? And how do you get people to join? And we are in a discussion. We don't have clear answers. And we all feel that we are in some way sailing in uncharted waters, because I think that these types of practices, unfortunately, movements, either left-wing or anarchist movements, have kind of forgotten about them. Okay, so we are trying to kind of discuss again and find new ways to intervene. But we do realize that we are not there to teach anyone. We also learn. We also discuss. We also change opinions. There is no textbook of solidarity. You don't read the manual and go there and apply it, and things will go well. And also there is a second role that we're trying to play. We are trying to show people from the movement, vaguely described, but the movement, that political solidarity, like the one we are talking about, is not a humanitarian activity. It's not a second-class political activity. It is a political action necessary for every movement in history so far. For every movement that tries to actually intervene and change things, solidarity groups and activities like the ones that we are all engaging here are essential. We are trying to remind people that, and because unfortunately a lot of people in the movement, in Thessaloniki and in other countries, they just try to stick to their own spaces, They are all concentrated in the center of the city, and they very rarely get their hands dirty, I would say, by moving to societies, by going to where people live and try to engage with them where people live, instead of kind of waiting others to come. And one way that we are trying to do this is we are trying to become even more integrated in this neighborhood. We and other solidarity groups, and other groups generally, we are trying now to set up a social solidarity hub in the neighborhood. We are discussing it, looking for spaces. Hopefully, this will go well. I don't know if I am over the 15 minutes. I'm sorry about that. Okay. So I will give this minute for questions. Thank you very much. We have some... thank you. I will take the last 10 seconds to advertise ourselves. We have some T-shirts and basically text describing who we are and what we do over there by the piano. Thank you very much.
So, any questions?
Yes, I didn't explain that very well. It's not like we do not accept money. We accept money. But we, because unfortunately, like we all know, capitalism, money, etc., etc. Yes, let's not analyze this more. We do accept money. What we have decided to do is to fund ourselves through two ways. One is we do parties and events for financial support. Okay. Second is that we do accept small donations. What we do not accept, we try not to deal with, is people coming and saying, you know, I will give you, let's say, 200 euros. Instead, when this happens, because it has happened, we ask them to buy something for us. There are two reasons for this. One is that we feel that it's more engaging for people to actually buy something that we need instead of giving money. There is a bit, and I think this is unfortunate, that a big part of, I don't know if this is the same in other countries, but in Greece, we observe that a big part of people that are in the movement, when they think of solidarity, they basically deal in a kind of, I would say, consumer type of solidarity, which is I go to an event for financial support, I buy a beer, I give money, and then I'm good. Okay, and that's not what we are advocating, all of us, I think. So we try to, small donations are fine, big donations, we try to get them to buy things for us so they are engaged. One thing is this. Second thing is that, and there has been an incident in Greece in the past, we feel that asking for, when you openly ask for money, when you openly request money, you are a bit exposed. It is I think you are a bit vulnerable as a political group. It has happened before in the past in Greece with a solidarity group that they were accused actually of some persons of using money of the group for their own interests. Okay, I'm sure that nobody does that, but what I'm saying is that when you ask for money, you have to have a very strong feedback about what I'm doing with this money, and there is always a bit room for shadows. So we try to avoid this by trying not to deal with money as much as we can. So basically it's donations, small funding, 5, 10, 20 euros max, and the events that we do there. I hope I was, thank you.
Sorry, I feel a little bit embarrassed because I keep repeating myself. It's the same question. Consider that a default. I'm really interested in what platforms you use. They online, by phone, chats, because we're trying to use alternatives while being active on what some of the most problematic social networks, and we need to find solutions. So if you can consider that a default question, I would really appreciate it.
Okay, platforms. We, between us, we coordinate in basically a group chat in Messenger. Okay, old school boomer style coordination. But this is the basic coordination for practical things. We have a meeting every open assembly every Monday. And when we use a lot a platform which is called Kinimatorama, which is like a movement calendar for all of Greece, where all the political groups, they upload their events, and you go in and there is a calendar that, like, you see what is going on in every city. So basically that, but the most important thing is that every Monday we have an open meeting. So we try not to have a lot of electronic discussions, but discuss it up close in meetings.
We had one more question in the back, and then over there.
I think the biggest challenge that we have is making clear to the people that are coming that, let's say, we provide service, let's say, to give them to understand what we are. Okay, that we are not a charity and what that means. Actually, in practice, what that means. That is the biggest challenge for us. A second biggest challenge is, and this is something that we do not have a very strong opinion and we always try, like I said, we constantly discuss about it, is how, because the idea is to use cooking to try to talk to people, okay, to spread values, anti-fascism, anti-racism, anti-capitalism, etc., etc. How do you do that? And what do you do with people that come, and it's a poor neighborhood, and a lot of people that are coming to ask for food are usually older people. What do you do with people that express views like that? Racist views, sexist views, or far-right views, or whatever. And this is for us a very crucial point. Do you exclude them? We don't want to. Do you not pay attention? Again, the point is to try to engage with them and change their minds. So there is a limit somewhere, but where exactly that limit is, this is constantly up for a discussion. What we generally do is we try to explain to them very well what we are. We are trying, like I said, to set up a place there, so we are there constantly. They see us, we are a part of the neighborhood, and we can do more political work. When we have people that express views like that, we try to talk to them. A good thing is, like I said, we have a lot of people of migrant background in the kitchen, so there is interaction there going on, which is very, 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 very politically well, a very political good way of breaking up barriers. So even if people come and express views like that, we try to talk to them. We do not refuse food to anyone, except in cases of violence. And slowly, 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 we try to change minds, okay? I feel that, we feel basically that intervention in local societies is something that unfortunately takes time. It's working like ants, slowly, slowly, one person at a time, 2 persons at a time, 5 persons at a time. We are a kitchen. We don't expect to make a very, very big difference us alone, but you have to start somewhere. And I think that, like I said, this is our idea, that we want to be a successful example for other people in the movement, that this is the way to go forward, politically to go forward, not just by supporting people, but how this can be an actor of change, political change in neighborhoods, especially the ones that need it more, and the ones that, unfortunately, let's face it, only the far right goes to talk to them, and only the far right intervenes there. Thank you.
Okay. If it's really quick, one last question really quick, and then we'll move on to the next kitchen.
How many people are in your community in the messenger group chat? How many people do you have?
Generally, we are about 25 people, and we give 150 portions every Saturday. I forgot to mention that.
Okay. Next up is the kitchen from Cambridge.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Hello? Hi, I'm from Cambridge. Our group is Cambridge Community Kitchen in England. The others are over there, but I'm doing the presentation. Where to start? First of all, thanks to everyone who's presented so far. It's really fascinating to hear about other groups and all the differences and how different people do things. So Cambridge Community Kitchen has been running for just over 5 years. We had our 5th birthday in November, had a little party. We run out of a squat in the centre of Cambridge called the Lock-On. It's been squatted since about the summer of 2020, originally by a group of activists, mostly from the environmental movement, who needed somewhere to live. So they squatted the building, not knowing what it would all become. It used to be a pub, which means that it has like a great kitchen that we're really lucky to have. Yeah, so I'll just give a general overview before I go more into the history. Currently, we are quite a big organisation. We have like hundreds of volunteers who've done a shift or two, and a smaller group of more regular people, but probably still like 50 to 100 people who would say they'd like volunteer at the kitchen every month. At the moment, we have 3 kind of like services per week. On a Tuesday, we have a community meal where people come and eat together, or people come and collect food. That's usually for about 20 people that come, plus the volunteers. And then Thursday and Sunday are our big shifts. So we make about 400 to 450 portions at the moment in these like little pots. And most of those portions get delivered out into the city of Cambridge. So we use like old recycled Deliveroo bags and put the pots in the bags. We deliver about 350 portions to hundreds of households in the city. That's kind of a product of us starting during the COVID pandemic. So back in the day, back in 2020, in the summer, the UK was kind of out of lockdown a bit. And the people who were living at the squat at the time started running community meals on a Tuesday, and sometimes on the weekends, just like for themselves, their friends, and the local community. Which includes, so the lock-on squat is in the centre of Cambridge, where there are a lot of rough sleeping, unhoused people. So those meals were initially attended by a lot of them. Then when the UK went back into lockdown in the autumn, people realised we needed to shift up our model. We weren't able to have gatherings at that point, and that's why we started the deliveries. So it started as just like an Instagram account, and people would DM and ask for the food they wanted. And now it's a very complicated spreadsheet run system where people can sign up on our website to receive food. We deliver within Cambridge, but anyone who asks for food gets delivered food. We've been really lucky that we've not had to put any limits on it so far. So yeah, and generally people have a few portions delivered and sometimes eat them throughout the week. Generally on a kind of given like delivery day, there are about like 20 to 30 people involved, from like the cleaning, the cooking, and then at the moment we have, I think, 15 delivery routes around the city, just like mostly people on bikes. Cambridge is a big cycling city. People, cycle around with their little Deliveroo bags, usually about 20, 25 portions per route, and deliver to people's homes or where they're sleeping. We find that the deliveries are a really good way. They're a really, really core part of our model because it allows us to get to people who would really struggle to come into the centre to receive food, often people who are elderly or disabled, immunocompromised, and aren't able to get out into society. But then having our community meals also is a really important complement because it allows us to build community, build trust, and just share food together. As everyone mostly is here, we have a very solidarity, not charity model. We don't have strict borders between like the collective who is CCK, who's running the shifts, and the recipients. Most of us who like volunteer also rely on the food to feed ourselves. So it's very much feels like the community supporting ourselves rather than a group of people who are trying to support another group of people, which is a really important part of our model. To preempt your question, we use Signal group chats. Signal is like a really popular platform among like UK activist groups because of its like end-to-end encryption. So we use that. We have quite a few group chats for like the different parts of CCK. So like the cleaners, the cooks, the general chat, like the admin. And one of our most important chats is our CCK social chat, which has become a real springboard for the community kitchen and the people involved in it to really like deeply practice mutual aid with each other. People will put mutual aid requests in that chat, like support that they need, support they can give, and it's become like a really beautiful extension of just like eating together. Now it feels like we're really embedded in community together beyond just the meals. I'll talk a little bit about like the political situation in Cambridge and the UK in general. Cambridge is obviously famous for its university, and that causes a massive divide in our city between students and the people that live in the city. The University of Cambridge owns like most of the land in the city and is like a massively oppressive force. There's a really big class divide within the city. There's a lot of like really wealthy students who come in and live in the city for a few years, and a lot of the people who live in the town are struggling to survive, which can cause quite a lot of tension between those groups of like students and non-students. In our organisation, we have some students, some community members, and we all try and work together. So the squat, where the squat is based, is really close to a lot of sleep sites for homeless people in the city. So that's been a really important bridge of solidarity that the Lock-On Squat and CCK has made. So beyond just the meals, CCK and the Lock-On and other groups combined run a like supply zone. So we have a lot of like sleeping bags and stuff to give out, water when it's hot, like blankets, that kind of thing. The squat also is used as a space for a lot of rough sleepers to store their belongings during the day, which has been really important for people to allow them to know that their sleeping gear is safe, and also mean that they're less of a target during the day because they're not having to carry around everything that they own on their backs. And that is something that really sprung out of meeting a lot of the rough sleeping community through the community meals and just like asking them what they needed, like what would help, what we could do to support them, and how they can support us and how we can be in community together. CCK is also involved with other political groups in the city. At the moment we do 3 shifts, but while there was a student encampment in the city in 2024, CCK basically like fed the camp for several months, which was about like 50 portions of food every day on top of our usual service those 3 days a week. And we've continued to support the Palestine Solidarity movement in Cambridge. We've had some fundraisers in the Lock-On Squat in collaboration with CCK that have been raising money for solidarity kitchens in Palestine, in Gaza. We've also been involved in supporting the feeding of other events, for example, the like Trans Alternative Pride last summer, and some of the like bus workers' strikes more recently. I think another thing that's come up in other places is like sourcing food and how we do money and things. So we are almost entirely like just donations run based on people in the community. We use an online platform called Open Collective to like be transparent about our finances. People can just donate to that online. We don't ask for any money during like food service at all. That's like never part of it. It's not transactional, but the link to donate is on our website if people want to support in that way. We also have food donations from local like food kind of sustainability organizations, a local market, and also some like local allotments of people who that's how they want to like contribute to the community kitchen. Yeah, and then using the money donations, we'll buy a lot of food from supermarkets. Yeah, I think just like to sum up, CCK is so much more than making food. It is a real community. It is like a massive beacon of hope in a city that often feels really broken, and a country and a world that often feels really broken. I think the fact that we can come together and imagine something different. There's a picture over there that shows the top of the door above the squat that says another world is possible. And I think that just really sums up what the ethos of CCK is, and many of the groups here, is that, you know, we can build another world together. We can support ourselves, feed our community, without the need for help from the state. Yeah, I think that's everything. Any questions?
I have a question regarding what you said, how your city is sort of socially divided into the students who are often from like a rich or whatever background. And the other part, on the last presentation we heard about how we struggle sometimes to sort of explain to people who come to get the food what solidarity, not charity means. I'm wondering if you have that problem inside of your organization. If you have like students coming from, or whatever, from some like upper class background, do they come there to give charity? Because I'm from the kitchen in Belgrade, and for us sometimes it happens that people join the organization with that, or want to join the organization, but they have that attitude, so it's also a very big discussion for us internally. So I'm wondering if you have the same thing.
Yeah, we definitely have, because we're such a big organization and we don't have any kind of limits on who can sign up and come and cook or come and volunteer. We do have a lot of people come who like kind of see it as like any other volunteering or charity experience. I think what I found is that like some people continue that mindset, but that our general like the culture within CCK, I think, is really a way to change people's minds from that perspective as well. I think sometimes we often say that like CCK is like a bit of a gateway drug into like the activist and political scene within Cambridge generally. So I think that kind of like, you know, changing hearts and minds thing works with those volunteers as well, is we can meet people where they're at in terms of that's their mindset. But yeah, we don't exclude people for having that initial mindset, but generally like just the way that we function in a different way means that I think people get the picture. I hope that answers the question. So we have like probably like thousands of people who have signed up on our website to do a volunteer shift. I think in terms of people who are like active within the organization, it's probably about 100. Yeah, people have different varying levels of commitment, and I think something interesting from hearing other people talk is that it sounds like a lot of the groups here, the assemblies, like are kind of like everyone who's involved coming together. I think partly because we have so many volunteers, like that's not how it works for us. We have general meetings every month that everyone is very welcome to come to, but some people just want to come and like clean the kitchen, and they don't want to be involved in the big decision making. And so although we give people the opportunity, I went on a bit of a tangent there, but yeah, basically about 100-ish that are actively involved.
Like even the internal group so numerous, how do you manage it? Like assemblies, do you divide in different discussion groups to make decisions? How do you organize with so many people?
With difficulty. It's a bit of trial and error. Like, I think often our meetings are more like 30 people attending. So it's not quite as big of a group to manage, but then the group chats sometimes go crazy. Everyone's fighting. I'll be honest, we're all friends here. Like sometimes leftists fight with each other. And with a group that is like really diverse, like that does come up. I think we are just learning as we go. Like I can't give you a good answer at how we resolve those kind of things because they do come up. And I think everyone who's involved like has this deep sense that CCK is really important and has like changed all of our lives, and that is more important than anything else. But yeah, we do come across conflicts, and we do have a lot of people with different beliefs, and sometimes beliefs that are different from what like CCK was founded on. And I think just like we try and deal with that with kindness. It's a bit of a fluffy answer, but
what kind of way or strategy helped you the best to get like these thousands of volunteers to help you with like your organization?
It's mostly word of mouth. We also do like sometimes like leaflet or like put up posters to kind of advertise that people can come and help, or we usually advertise simultaneously, like if you want to come and have some food, or if you want to come and cook, like however people want to be involved in community, like doesn't really matter to us. Yeah, I think it's mostly just been like 5 years of word of mouth. I think CCK was founded by people who already had quite like rich networks within the like activist community. So a lot of the people involved in CCK are very involved in like other political organizing, and that's a big way to spread the word through that kind of thing. So yeah. Also social media, we're also on Instagram, I guess.
So you said that you're housed in a squat and that it's been existing for many years. Have you ever had issues with the authorities?
What do I say? Yes, but we've been very lucky. I think luck in terms of like certain circumstances, meaning that, so it's quite rare for a squat to last that long in England these days, like really rare. I think it's been a lot of luck. And also I think like CCK gives the lock-on a lot of credibility within the community. I think when there like have been issues that, you know, recently the mayor of Cambridge was like slagging us off on social media, and there was outcry in the community, and a lot of community support. So I think it's, I think in some ways like CCK is really beneficial to the squat because it means that like, I don't know, there's a lot of people who care about the squat being there, and a lot of people that benefit from it being there. Yeah, so there have been some issues, but not massive ones, and that is mostly luck, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll be moving on to the kitchen from Paris. So.
Hello. Kalimera, kalispera, καλό μεσημέρι.
Can we quiet down a little bit?
Thank you very much for for the invitation. Yes, because we will have some difficulties to. It's first time for us to present in English. We traduce a text from French because we are French and it's very bad English, very Malakas. We are Malakas. So we are going to read, but we can also, after with question, be more precise or more interactive. So the Cantine des Pyrénées is a place of collective resistance. We will begin like the value, the little bit context, and after we will detail the different workshop we have in the Cantine, the collective. It's a place of collective resistance with a long-term vision, and as all of you said, fighting against the capitalism in the large context and the inequalities, based on the collective organization of workshops and drop-in sessions. It's a place of mutual aid, care and sustenance. It also supports other struggles by lending its space to other collectives for solidarity meals or meeting sometime. So in the face of individualism, competition and isolation, it fosters encounters, social bonds and camaraderie through the collective and non-commercial activities it organizes in the Cantine. These activities aim to make it a space for political organization rooted in daily life and closely tied to the material circumstance of those who mobilize the space. In the neighborhood, we will talk about where it's increased, implant, where it's happened. As also you said, more than simply offering aid or charity, it aims to collectively organize mutual support and struggles. So it engages in practice of knowledge sharing and exchange with other political space and also with the neighborhood, people living around the place. So the Cantine's activity aims to break down the distinction between those who give and those who receive by offering accessible workshop, we will talk about that everyone can take ownership of. Try also, a big work, but it tries to aim at that. This central focus on openness in our political project is only possible thanks to constant attention to conflicts and violence within the space between all who is coming in the space.
The origins of the Cantine des Pyrénées back to around 2010. When a text written collaboratively was circulated among activities networks. This text offered a critique of an insular functioning of a small political microcosm claiming to uphold revolutionary ideas and invited activists, Marxists, anarchists, and libertarians to an assembly aimed at rethinking our mode of organization and our practice of struggle. An assembly followed by meetings eventually led to a core group of around 20 activists committing themselves to the prospect of renting promise to turn them into a neighborhood-based mutual aid space. They are united by political principles, notably anti-capitalistic ones, and by a desire to renew their activities practices. and they are driven by the desire to move beyond an activist insularity, to open up and organize with all sorts of people, moving away from identity-based and affinity-driven approaches. Based on analysis that space enabling the creation of community and solidarity were becoming increasingly scarce and significantly affected by the restructuration of capitalism. The idea was therefore not to replicate yet another intra-activity space, but to run at a local level a mutual aid collective. Several months of searching for funding and grant to secure a permanent venue in the inner suburb of Paris, and we don't succeed. Squatting then became the default option. After a few pay what you can meal in a bar in Paris, 20th arrondissement, the opportunity arose to squat an abandoned restaurant in the same neighborhood. A few weeks of renovation and cleaning, and in early January 2013, the Cantine des Pyrénées opened the door, Rue des Pyrénées, and that is where the name comes from. On 8 August 2014, the Cantine des Pyrénées was closed for the summer, and the premise has been legally subject to eviction for several months. The police headquarters, the town, and all the owners put an end to the occupation Rue des Pyrénées in the early hours of the morning. The 2 years period that followed the eviction was a decisive moment for the project, with weekly discussion aimed both at finding solutions to raise the money needed to rent premise and at devising new way of organizing ourselves. 2 years of weekly meals on the pavement where we had been evicted, of party, flea markets, appeal for donation, a cabaret to raise 15,000 to pay several months. Yes, 15,000 to pay several months rent to advise a deposit and for renovation works. Since June 2016, the Cantine des Pyrénées has reopened in the same neighborhood. La Cantine des Pyrénées is therefore entering in 13 years of existence. After occupying a space on Rue des Pyrénées and fighting for 2 years to find another, it's now firmly established Rue de la Mare in a 65 square meters premise with a street-facing frontage.
About a little bit of our values, we have 3 words we like to talk about and to share, because the idea is to collectively organize a space and based on solidarity, accessible to all, and in a way of autonomy. So in order to ensure as far as possible the idea of solidarity and autonomy, the place from the collective, the canteen, is intended to be all the workshop we are doing, and it happens to La Cantine, are trying to be accessible, events held at La Cantine must be public and widely publicized to enable to anyone who wants to join without having militancy CV or without having money, without having no prerequisites. We try to get the welcoming on the workshop open, so accessible, reappropriable. Yes, reappropriable. So all the workshop and also the way to function we will talk about, but all the workshop. The idea is to share all our tools, to make them reappropriable. in the space by other collectives and also other people, individual who can join other collectives after and did that. Boom, boom, boom. And subversive because we disagree with all the political state we have generally in the world and in France also. We will talk a little bit about the context after. But we want to bring about the different world in which we wish to live. So the workshops offered at the venue must, at the very last, well, after breaking with them. But we try to make the canteen a political place also, like a lot of canteen now you talk about, by supporting other fight demonstration, by making a link. We will talk about that workshop with other canteens around Paris and Île-de-France in the region, and also in the different workshop also try to every time speak about also political context, a reality of the living in the neighborhood, like that. So that's it, accessible, reappropriable, subversive.
Today workshops are canteen, free French lessons, legal advice drop-in, health drop-in, support meals, market gardening, other workshops that have taken place in previous years, community education workshop, psychological counseling service, film workshop. The canteen workshop. The canteen workshop is the center of main activities. It takes place every lunchtime, Monday to Friday, with a team of around 5 to 10 volunteers cooking lunch, around 60 meals served. 2 or 3 people volunteers to act as coordinators, taking charge of the menu, the shopping, ensuring the meals run smoothly, and welcoming people to explain the project as a whole. The meal is prepared using fruit and vegetables salvaged by other collective in Rungis, a food logistics hub in the Paris suburbs. Bread and food salvaged from local shops, occasional collection from local shops, as well as fresh shopping. The pay what you can, prix libre, free price scheme, which includes the option to eat for free, ensures that everyone has access to lunch. However, those who are unable to support the canteen by paying for their meal can still support the project by signing up the rota to lend a hand in the kitchen or with the washing up, for example. At the moment, and for some time now, the canteen workshop has not been running every day of the week. We like the staff to be able to open with such regularity. The idea is to open when we can under good condition rather than opening at any cost. We are currently open on average 3 times a week. Support meals, another workshop. The weekend is reserved for fundraising meals for collective campaigning organization and strike funds that are involved in struggles and projects which reflect the canteen values. The idea is to lend them the venue so they can continue their campaigns and raise a little money. Those organizations, the fundraising meal are asked to a voluntary financial contribution to help cover the venue running costs, a brief presentation of the organization, the fundraising meal and the reason for the events, and opportunity for discussion with those attending the meal so that they can ask questions. Another workshop is French lessons, 3 times a week with around 20 learners and 4 teachers. A legal advice service, twice a week, mainly to help with obtaining documents, but also to address housing issue. A health advice service, once a week, mainly providing support with obtaining the right to medical treatment and care. The market gardening workshop.
Il nous reste 2 minutes. On va mettre la prise de décision. There is also the workshop, but we are not detaining. Maybe we can talk about that later. A community gardening workshop, and also the intercanteen network. So we have thankful to be there, because we try also in the region in France to do that. So very powerful for us. Maybe a little bit about the governability or the decisions, how it works. I try to just, so every workshop is autonomous. It organizes itself with the collective, with the people who are making the workshop, like the canteen is functioning, the medical health functioning by a group of 10 people, a spume. Garden and community also, every workshop individually. And until that time, there was a collective, because it has been evaluating the way to work the canteen, because it's been more than 10 years now, so it changed a lot. But maybe you can talk about the right now, where the collective. What you continue? Okay, we will talk about that. But yes, for the most important decision, there is a collective around 10-15 people, current. You can join the collective once you get familiar to the project and to the workshop. And after we talk, we have listing mail. Voilà. Maybe we can talk about that later. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's see if we have any questions.
You don't need to be a part of the collective as you asked to participate to the part of the collective as you asked to participate to the workshop. But yes, it's but of course, to participate to the collective, to be more involved, you need to get more involved in the workshop, in the more long-term project. I mean, I don't know, c'est sur une période, il y a une affinité, il faut que ça soit. Ok. Et,
c'est une décision pour essayer d'écarter le maximum de professionnels militants.
Ah, ok.
Et aussi, au début, on s'est interdit d'aller plus de 2 jours par semaine dans le lieu pour pas qu'il y ait une interpellation de personnes.
Okay, so they decide to do this way to avoid that it's a professional activism as well. That's to avoid that only professional can go and work on the collectives and on the workshops. So they were forbidden themselves to go more than 2 days per week. C'est de pas aller plus de 2 jours dans les activités, dans le lieu, in the place, in the canteen. To have like a turnover as well, and to not have like this, how to say, maybe concentration of the same group of people all the time, and yeah, to let it maybe okay. Tu voulais réagir sur un dernier truc après?
Okay, last one.
I have a question regarding 2019. Like I visited Paris 2019 towards the new year, and what I noticed, because it was night, from the airport to Charles de Gaulle to the city center on the highway, like there were, I don't know how many people, it seemed like thousands of people living in the division line between the two currents. And to me it seemed like that year was a shift towards like more people being homeless in the city. I noticed like more people being homeless in the city. Did you see a shift that year that progressed into worse living conditions for the people in need within? Was like a year that things shifted towards a worse situation, and was your work towards the community being affected by the bigger waves of people living in worse conditions, or it was something that was built gradually throughout the years? Because to me it made like a huge impression that there were so many people living in the highway.
J'avais aussi à partir de 19, il y a eu un peu une année où il y a eu de plus en plus de monde, c'est ce qu'il demandait. Dans la rue, dans les nids, dans les besoins, et aussi il parlait de milliers de personnes qui étaient de l'aéroport. Je sais pas compris. Ouais, moi non.
Si sur le... Just before COVID. Ouais.
Il y a eu des grèves avant. Il y a eu les gilets jaunes, après il y a eu des grèves.
Ouais.
Le Covid a cassé les gilets jaunes.
Just before COVID, there was the big movement Gilets jaunes, yellow jacket. And also, strike, general strike for the pension, and that's it. The COVID turned out. We don't know if it's a crucial point, because also in the 2019 was a big year internationally. In Paris, there are a lot of collective fighting for internationally. The fact is like growing up slowly, and also personally, I think more the expulsion, the homeless on the street happened just before the JO, the Olympic Games in 24. And there was a lot of, they decided to evacuate all the precaire, the poor, from the city, from the center, and also from a neighborhood who were very disoccupied by state, like Saint-Denis, because they built the stadium, a lot of sportive equipment. So also in that neighborhood, usually there was abandoned by state for a public service, because the police is present on that neighborhood, but every public services, health, education, no way. But at that time, the state and the political lodgement pushed back a lot of people. So, and also with the exilé crisis, a lot of people who were sleeping and having a camp inside Paris, making protest, supporting by different collective, canteen and other collective. Also, maybe yes, it begins 2019 after the yellow jacket. Also, they were pushed away, and a lot in the suburbs and the frontier. Maybe as you see in Aubervilliers, in Saint-Denis, near to the airport. Maybe it's that.
Okay, thank you so much. And we'll be moving on to the kitchen from Berlin. Okay, we are ready for the presentation from Berlin. So can we please quiet down in the room?
Hi. No. Okay. Yeah. Hi everyone. We're from Food Not Bombs Berlin. We're not all of the people who are here. Okay. Can I turn this loud? This way. So 3 of us are sitting here, but some more are over there. And yeah, we're gonna talk a little bit about Food Not Bombs in general, which probably a lot of you know, as you're from Food Not Bombs as well, but also how we operate in Berlin. Oh, I'm doing something wrong. Okay. Do you want to go? Should I?
Okay, so we'll talk a little bit about the history of Food Not Bombs very quickly. So it started in the US in 1980. In, I think, what's kind of like a not so dissimilar situation to now, increased military spending in the US while also rising poverty and homelessness. It was coming out of the anti-nuclear movement, that like the money that's being pumped into the war industry could, of course, end hunger. The concept is really simple. Food that's otherwise being thrown away is used to cook vegan and vegetarian meals. Right now, there's 500 plus Food Not Bombs chapters globally, each running autonomously.
Yeah, so that's one of the pictures from the beginning of Food Not Bombs. And Food Not Bombs, as it is operating globally, has certain principles that each of the chapters follow, although they make decisions on themselves autonomously. And so first of them is that all the kitchens are vegetarian or mostly even vegan, such as we are, and that the food is free to everyone. It doesn't matter from what background. If people say that they are hungry and in need of food, they will get food from Food Not Bombs. And another really important principle, as we already stated, is that each chapter makes decisions autonomously, non-hierarchically, and with consensus of all members. So we try to keep our hierarchies flat as possible. And another principle of Food Not Bombs is that we are committed to non-violent direct actions, which also includes animals, hence the decision to also cook vegan meals. And as everyone here, we are not a charity organization, but we're committed to solidarity to make social and political change among every one of us.
Here's some photos of us in action with a fancy animation. Okay, so a little bit about who we are. So Food Not Bombs in Berlin was started in March 2020, just by like a group of friends during the beginning and also one of the heights of the COVID-19 pandemic. In Berlin, a big source of income for people living on the streets is collecting plastic bottles with deposit. And of course, no one on the streets means no bottles on the streets, means they're kind of one of their main sources of income they're relying on pretty much disappeared kind of overnight. So Food Not Bombs Berlin, we're anti-capitalist, anti-fascist, anti-authoritarian, and anti-imperialist. We also take a very explicit pro-Palestine stance, which is very important in Germany, because I'm not sure if any of you know, but the pro-Palestine movement experiences not only state repression, but also inside the left movement sometimes can also be a bit of a topic. So it's very important that for us to state this very clearly. So we cook in a house project in Friedrichshain, and we share the kitchen also with other collectives. There's also a bar that we operate out of. And one of our core principles is mutual aid and solidarity.
Here you can see our merch on the left side. I think that's from last year, actually. Also, some of the patches we have with us, if some of you want to have some. And the Free Palestine on the right was a sticker where I'm not sure if we still have any of them left. Yeah, how do we operate? We do follow the Food Not Bombs principles, as we explained before. And we're cooking once a week, every Wednesday, since 5 years now. About 40 to 60 portions. That changes a bit during the winter because there are less people on the streets where we can find them, but also because we recently, or 1.5 years ago, changed the place where we're cooking. And so we're still figuring out a little bit how we can go to the places where people need food the most. And also, sometimes the places change a little bit because there's more repression, and so we have to figure out where we go. So we're doing it a little bit different than other Food Not Bombs collectives. We're not cooking stationary and staying there so the people come to us. But during COVID, when gatherings were like very much restricted, Food Not Bombs Berlin started going out with trolleys to deliver the food directly to the people. And we actually figured out that this works best in Berlin, as Berlin is also like very widespread. And so sometimes it's a little challenging to like spread the word that the people that are actually also in need of the food really come to us. So at one point we decided to just come to them. Our trolleys change sometimes. Well, we have a really, really good one, which was donated to us, luckily, and we're still very happy about it. And we're also in the great luck to have a cargo bike now, which made a lot of things easier because one of the main spots where we go to is like 20 minutes with foot and Effie's, but only like 10 minutes with the cargo bikes. And that made everything way faster. And besides the 40 to 60 portions for the delivery, we also cook kifas. So this is like kitchen for everyone. This is also donation-based. And with that, we try to cover some of the expenses we have. It works better sometimes and a little worse at other times.
This is us in action. So a little bit about where we get our food from. So we, every Tuesday, the night before we cook, a group of us go to get leftover fruit and veggies from a market nearby. We also get donations from food sharing. So this is like leftovers from supermarkets or bakeries or something like this. Also, sometimes we get donations from restaurants. We also had a lot of people in the collective who like worked a lot in the catering industry. So sometimes we get access to this, which is nice. Recently, we took part in this like 4,000 tons of potatoes. There was like a very big like surplus harvest from a farm in Brandenburg. And we got like pallets and pallets of potatoes. So we cooked with that for some time. Sometimes, but very rarely, we get it from dumpster diving, and then also partially buying stuff like rice or pasta, like dried goods, when we need to.
Yeah, that was the time where our trolley was broken, so we used the children's trolley for a bike from one of the people in the house projects, which actually worked really fine, but it was not so good to carry on. On the right, you see what we normally, the amount we get from the markets. Sometimes we have better days, sometimes worse, and normally we still have to throw away, unfortunately, quite a lot because we also get a lot of rotten things, but it's quite good most of the times. So where do we operate? This is how B phrased it very nicely, the heart of gentrified Berlin. We cook in Friedrichshain. This is mostly because when we were looking for a new place, this was also where we got hosted. And Friedrichshain also was eastern or part of eastern Berlin when the Berlin Wall was still standing. And historically, it was actually a working class district. After the wall, a lot of people squatted empty houses that were abandoned during the DDR and not very well maintained. So a lot of families also came there, a lot of people from the West, actually, mostly. And these squats, they partially turned into legalized house projects that are still existent now. a lot of them got evicted, and a lot of them, or the few that are still there as squads, are under the threat of eviction currently. And so in general, Friedrichshain is like one of the most best examples for gentrification in Berlin, unfortunately, especially since the late 90s, but still ongoing. And so meanwhile, you mostly find a lot of the tourist hotspots there, a lot of very expensive restaurants, a lot of hipster bars and pubs. But interestingly, also most of the left scene structures in Berlin are still based in Friedrichshain. So we also chose to be there, besides having a very nice house project hosting us, because it is still like very in the center of places that we go to, because we operated in Mitte before. And so there we can still access the places that we're used to, but also Lichtenberg, which I mentioned earlier with the cargo bike, is quite close by. So all in all, it's very important, because even, or especially in this place, there are also a lot of people living on the streets. And so that's where I hope we can like actually do what we do.
Yeah, and like just to like mention also like the like where we are in the heart of gentrified Berlin, like 100 meters away in the subway station is like 20, 30 people sleeping on the streets. Like you really see in the street where we are, like there's like squat, like an old squat, like a legalized squat. Then across the street there's like a fancy hotel, and then there's the U-Bahn station where a lot of people are sleeping. So it's a real, like, you really see the inequality in Berlin very strongly. Okay, and then a little bit more about the kind of general political situation we're operating inside of. So something that's important to us is like connecting to the anti-militarist struggle, which it's a very big topic, I imagine, everywhere right now, but especially in Germany. Germany right now is having pretty much a boom in arms manufacturing. Last year, they spent 97 billion euro on defense, which I think makes them now the fourth largest spender. The German state is also one of the largest exporters of arms to Israel. For example, like Elbit Systems has an office in Berlin and also a factory in Ulm. And right now, in the next couple of months, in the north of Berlin, Rheinmetall, which is another German weapons manufacturer, they plan to open a weapons factory there. And they're also, of course, experiencing record profits in the midst of increased militarization. They profit massively from the genocide in Gaza. They profit massively from the genocide in Sudan. Anywhere there is a genocide, you will find the German state and German arms. Meanwhile, of course, at the same time, the Berlin Senate has just announced massive cuts to healthcare, education, and social services. Sucks.
Yeah, so here you see one of the Food Not Bombs members preparing our delivery meals. So one of that's mostly how it looks like when we do our 40 to 60 portions, and also some nice spraying of one of our members as well. So what else do we do? So besides the küfers that we do when we cook too many portions and try to cover expenses like rice and pasta, we also try to regularly host solidarity küfers for other collectives or other causes that are related to the struggles that we also stand for. So we sometimes try to organize concerts. Sometimes it's just sitting together, having interviews with different people. Sometimes we do movie screenings, so all kind of sorts of different things. Recently, there was an event of a Colombian for a Colombian ecofeminist collective that has been kind of an immersive art experience. Unfortunately, we were not there because I think it was this week. And also, we try to support our comrades of Food Not Bombs in Indonesia as much as possible during the last months. And also sometimes we cook for other events that do not necessarily, that are not hosted by us. For example, the A-Tage in Potsdam. Potsdam is a city close by to Berlin. And the A-Tage are mostly for 3 days. I think they're also next week. And there we try to support as much as we can with doing what we do best. And recently we finally managed to have our own little Food Not Bombs group to have more of a presence at demonstrations. So yesterday, our first Food Not Bombs group was at the 1st of May demonstration in Berlin, and soon we'll also go to the demonstration against the planned building of a Rheinmetall factory in the north of Berlin. I know it's the wrong one. Oh, it's the right one again. So here you see our new Food Not Bombs banner for demonstrations, and that's the recent picture from yesterday. And with that, we're also done. Or to answer your question already, we're mostly using Signal as well for having a group chat, but we also use a Rise Up Pad for everything that is plenary related, or also to fill our shifts. We're still using Instagram as it's the easiest way to connect to people, unfortunately, but we're also trying to set up a Mastodon account to see if that could be a good alternative. Also to have updates for people that do not use Meta, so that we can provide any alternatives. Yes?
Question about vegan food. Do people who come to get your meal sometimes have a critical stance toward it? Are they maybe dissatisfied with the food? Do they say, why does it have to be vegan? Could you maybe cook food with animal products? And how do you react to that? Do you communicate your principles to them regarding to that? Are they receptive to it? And what is in general your position on veganism, not just as a personal consumer or lifestyle choice, but as a political position? How important is that to you, and is it something that you would recommend to other kitchens to maybe consider as part of a broader struggle towards more progressive and just society?
So sometimes we do get questions about it, or comments as well. Most of the times I have the feeling it's not that much about vegan food though, but about fruits mostly and salad. The vegan food, I have the experience, it's not so much of a problem. Like sometimes people are a little bit surprised, or sometimes we also have comments of like, oh, a little bit more meat would be nice. But they never, as far as I have experienced, never denied food because of that. Most of the times they don't really ask why we're doing vegan food. Sometimes we did have discussions and conversations about it, but it changes also depending on the circumstances that we get these questions about vegan food. And I have also the feeling that since we developed more of the points where we're actually operating and like got more stable there, people also started to learn that it is vegan food whenever we go there. And so I have the feeling it became less of a discussion there. Also in Berlin, I don't know about other places here, but a lot of people that live in Berlin on the streets also eat halal. So that also makes things easier sometimes. Also, some people have allergies to, like, they're lactose intolerant. And so sometimes I even get like more a reaction of, oh, okay, I don't have to worry about it. So yeah, do you have anything to add?
In my personal experience, it happened to me that the portion was denied, but when I added that it was vegan, it actually was taken. So sometimes it's also a plus to be vegan, the food.
Yeah.
The question, just I want to say that given the stance of the German state on pro-Palestinian groups in Germany, I would like to congratulate you for your pro-Palestinian stand, because it takes a lot of courage, and we know when it's congratulated.
We have a question in the back. I cannot see in that direction very well.
It's about how do you choose the neighborhood where to go with your delivery action? Like, it's a place that you know need your support, or are people that ask you to go there because they are not able to reach you?
I mean, it's mostly knowledge from the people who started the collective, and also from when we moved locations, like in the last kind of year and a half. It's, to be honest, it's from knowledge of like we know kind of where people are. There's also like one of the train stations at Lichtenberg where we deliver, like we know that there are people sleeping there. They like also sometimes like build camps there. We know that we will find 20 people there. And then sometimes also from like talking to people on delivery, they say, hey, like we know someone's over there, like, or we know people are staying there. So we kind of go and check it out. And we do pretty similar routes every week. So we also like now we get to know people a bit. And they can also like let us know like, hey, we're going to be here. There's other people there. They spread it also a bit by kind of word of mouth.
Can you give us a bit more info about how it affects you and maybe what kind of obligations you guys have as being a chapter of a larger scheme that operates in other countries? I mean, why choose this and not just be a local kitchen in Berlin? What's the impact of that?
So none of us being here today was there at the very beginning when Food Not Bombs Berlin was founded. You want to say something about?
Founders of it, they were long times in Indonesia and was involved in Food Not Bombs group, so they have experience how it works and they know there's a network already, and so they decide to make it Food Not Bombs.
So it doesn't somehow affect you now?
No. No.
I would disagree with that a little. Like, thank you first for adding on that. But I would say it's also nice to have this kind of network. For example, when Indonesia was hit so badly, to have also the opportunity to have this contact, and like for contact, Food Not Bombs I think is really, really great. Also, we have a lot of people coming to us and saying, hey, I have been part of Food Not Bombs New York City. I have been part of Food Not Bombs in any other city all over the world. So when they moved to Berlin, or also just visiting in Berlin, they just looked for something they already know. And that's actually how a lot of people ended up in Food Not Bombs Berlin. And I think that is really nice. And also right now we're trying to, or like some people of the collective are trying to create a cooking book from Food Not Bombs. And also there it's good to have this platform because this also enabled us to reach out to collectives that are not only in Germany, not only in Central Europe, but like all over the world, and gathering recipes from many different locations, which I think is really nice.
Thank you very much to the comrades from Berlin. So we will have a second session after the lunch break. We were originally planning to have like 15 minutes right now for general questions, but we're running a bit late. So unless there's like a life or death thing that needs to be resolved right now, we'll be taking a break. We'll be coming back in an hour, and we'll do the same kind of thing with a panel of presentations. And at the very end, we'll also have a general discussion.
starting in 1 minute, so start sitting down and such. Okay, so before we continue with the rest of the international kitchens, we have a couple of kitchens from Athens that are going to do a very quick 5-minute presentation or whatever. So we're starting off with that, and I'll just give it.
Hello to everyone and welcome. I am Barbara and this is Spiros, and we represent the collective. Again. Okay, and we represent the collective solidarity space of Myrmingi, which is based in Kypseli, the neighborhood of Kypseli. First of all, we would like to thank LSEF for the invitation and also for the initiative in order to create a network among the solidarity kitchens around Europe. Myrmingi, which means ant, is a collective which is active in Kypseli the last 13 years. It started running in the neighborhood during the very hard years of the austerity here in Greece, aiming in providing solidarity not to people in need in Kypseli. Which means not only immigrants or homeless people, but also people who live in the neighborhood and in houses with no electricity, maybe with no water, maybe with medical conditions, etc. It is based on volunteer work from us, and our actions are 3 times a week. Mainly on Saturday and Sunday. We collaborate with the kitchens of Mano Aperta and LSEF. They provide us already prepared lunches, and we distribute the portions to the people which come there. The portions are 100 to 120 for every day. And also we open our space, and the people are welcome to enter in and have a cup of coffee, talk to each other, and create among them friendships, exchange their news about their situation and about the problems that they face, and also asking sometimes advice and support. So it's not only about distributing food, it's also about creating bonds between us and creating solidarity from the bottom of the society. Also, every Thursday, we have a list where people from the neighborhood can subscribe, and they come every 15 days, and they get some food like rice, tomato sauce, pasta, etc., that they can cook on their own. How we get this food? Okay. Every Saturday morning, we go with our trolleys to different supermarkets in Kypseli. We explain to the people who we are, and whoever wants can put in the trolley whatever can give. Also, we accept donations from comrades that have to do with fruits or other non-prepared food. And we also distribute these foods. Apart from that, we also, in the past years, we had language lessons, painting lessons, but these days, due to our number, which is now we are less members, it's not easy to also continue providing the lessons. So we are trying to do other actions, like sometimes book presentations or participating in demonstrations or networks or festivals that have to do with the building of the solidarity. I don't know if Spiros wants to add anything else.
Yes, just one thing that also we interfere in the neighborhood in political terms. For example, we have some actions to reduce prices in supermarkets, rents, pro-Palestine events. We plan to do one in the next month. And in general, we try to interfere with the neighborhood. The neighborhood knows us. We are 13 years there. And I believe that we have built a strong relationship. So that's the only thing that I would like to add.
Thank you for hearing us. I don't know if you have any questions.
I also wanted to say that for this second part, we've put in a couple more microphones. So for the questions, we have this mobile microphone that you can use. There's also this one, if for some reason that one doesn't work for you. But yeah, so if you have any questions, try to speak into a mic. Mano aperta, next.
Hello. Can you hear me well? Okay, great. So a quick presentation of our team as well. The Solidarity Kitchen is called the Mano Aperta. Actually, it's an Italian word. It means the open hand. It was created back in 2016 as a response to the refugee crisis here in Greece, and it was located in a squad. This squad was opened back then to host refugees. So it was created by some strangers that they really had the perception of and the need to help back to the refugee crisis. It was actually it was first located inside the squad, so they were cooking meals inside the squad for the refugees there. But in 2019, this squad was closed by the government, so Mano Aperta needed to relocate. So they found a place that we are actually still on, and it's in Kalithea. It's a neighborhood inside Athens, near Athens, and inside in this renting place, we were cooking as well because it had a yard. But we were also this food that we were cooking, we were giving to other neighborhoods in Greece, in Athens, inside Athens, with cars. We are cooking 600 portions of food every day, not every day, on weekend, on Saturday and Sunday, non-stop for the past 10 years now. We are facing many struggles and difficulties. First of all, we have a lot of pressure of cooking every weekend. We are around 120 people, I think, involving. We are trying to make decisions with a horizontal way of decision making through our general meetings that are now monthly, with values like non-hierarchy, non-discrimination, We are providing food to drug addicts, to homeless people, to sex workers, and everyone which is actually in need, without making any further questions of why they need the food that we are providing. And we are trying to engage as well with the neighborhood back in Kalithea, and so on. So basically, we were cooking inside this renting place that we are located, but we had some difficulties with the neighborhood. Actually, with some people that are actually staying in the same building, they didn't like us that we were cooking there. So they. At some point, they brought their authorities, so we had to relocate and change places. So now we are cooking mainly on the street, which is very hard, but we are trying to stay close to the community and to the people that we are providing food. Basically, yeah. We are in collaboration as well with other self-organized groups like Mirmigis, that we are providing food every Saturday. And our donations are mainly by individuals that they want to support our goal. They are through parties that we're doing for economical enhancement. We have also Go Get Fund recently that we have uploaded. So yeah, basically this. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much to, I don't know if you have any questions for, yeah.
Since you, it's fine like this. Since you started cooking since you started cooking in the streets again, what kind of difficulties have you found yourselves in? Like, mainly, I'm asking this because we, as Fornelli Ribelli, we are only cooking in the streets. We don't have a space. So the main issue for us is storage for all the equipment and everything, and also the food.
We maintain the renting place. We still have it, so we don't have a problem of storage, but we have a problem of moving all of this equipment outside of the renting place to the street. So I think the main difficulty is this, that we have to find enough cars available in order to move all of this stuff, not to forget anything, because we have to go back and it's like a nightmare. Also to be on time, because we are trying to be on a specific timeline, so the people know what time to come and take the food. We also had an issue where we cannot have the gas inside our renting place because the authorities came and it's forbidden actually to have a gas tanks. I don't know how it's called. Yeah. So we found another place, another solidarity place that actually they keep it, so we have to go and take them back and so on. So yeah, basically these problems. The good thing is that we are cooking. The area is called Metaxurgio, and it's we have a big space. We found a big space, and it's also covered, so we don't have a problem with snow, or it's not snowing in Athens, but raining or stuff like this. But when it's too hot, it's unbearable. When it's too cold, it's unbearable as well. So yeah, I think main difficulties are these.
Big thank you to both groups. Just wanted to briefly mention that we recently had an event, all three of us and a couple more groups, where we cooked outside in Kypseli, which is a few streets down from here. It was really nice. We had food, we had music, and it's brought us all closer together, so we really appreciate that. And hopefully there's more to come. So Okay, so the next group is from Sligo, and come up.
Hello? Cool. Hello. My name's Ren.
I'm Meg.
Okay. We're from Food Not Bombs Sligo, which is in the northwest of Ireland. We started about 6 months ago, so we're quite a small group of 9 people, and yeah, we'll explain more.
We chose this little quote from Dean Spade, kind of to start off our presentation. And Dean Spade is someone who is an activist and talks a lot about mutual aid and its political importance. Mutual aid projects let us practice meeting our own and each other's needs based in dignity, care and justice. They let us practice coordinating our actions together with the belief that all of us matter and that we should all get to participate in the solutions to our problems. They let us realise that we know best how to address the crisis we face. Mutual aid is inherently anti-authoritarian, demonstrating how we can do things together in ways we were told not to imagine.
Okay, so now a bit about Sligo. You can see this little arrow. It's in the northwest of the country. It's quite small. I'd say just about not a city. There's like 20,000 people living there. And it's, just starting to face more and more gentrification. So if anyone has any tips about what you wish you did like 20 years ago, maybe, let us know. It's a historically working class town, and then since COVID, with the influx of online jobs, it's changing to be more middle class. There's a lot of people that are homeless there. There's this overall crisis in Ireland of housing, and there's also a big migrant community with these direct provision centres, which are like state-owned, asylum seeker for profit, usually out of hotels and stuff like this. And there's also a bit of a generational gap. There's a university in Sligo, so there's lots of young people, and then there's lots of families, but not many young people. And this also is kind of leading to a lack of a left scene, lack of subculture. There's no squats, there's no big political organizations, stuff like this. So a lot of the organizing is very community focused. A lot of older women spearheading this kind of stuff, but it's maybe not so radical. There's also a lot of Palestine solidarity in Ireland in general and in Sligo. I'd say that's the main political organization, but it's very liberal. I think that's it.
And also to add on to the gentrification, one of the reasons that Sligo is going through this big process of gentrification is that Ireland has become a very neoliberal state, and they give these tax breaks to these big multinationals. In Dublin, there's all these kind of data centers from Facebook and Google and stuff that are gentrifying Dublin. And then in Sligo, we have a lot of these big pharma companies or whatever. There's loads of them in Sligo. This is what's essentially causing some of the gentrification as well. And in terms of the political situation in Ireland at the moment, Ireland is facing a huge cost of living and housing crisis. We're also seeing in Ireland, whilst historically we never really had this massive far-right presence, there is more of a grassroots far-right presence that is mobilising. And we've seen this over the last few years. It's a lot is fueled by anti-immigrant rhetoric, and this has been it's kind of been a bit of an export from, let's say, the continent and such. And then in terms of the political situation as well, Ren kind of mentioned it about that things are kind of community-led, and this kind of volunteerism and NGO industrial complex, let's say, is very prevalent in Ireland. A lot of this has to do with how strong the church is in Ireland, and this kind of idea that the church kind of encourages you to give. There's always boxes for the poor where you like put in your euro and then you're supposed to feel like a good person and then it's done. But also the church kind of like ingrains this sense of like kind of guilt and how to be like a good Catholic. And the way this kind of marks on Irish society and on our political work is that like these emotions of like shame and guilt are very prevalent in society. So then when we would do distributions, people would kind of have this attitude of like, no, I don't need it. Like, I'm not the poor person. I'm not the one that needs this. Whereas like most of our ethos is about also creating community and having places to socialize where you don't have to consume, and also just, encouraging people to talk to people they otherwise would not have. And this charity model as well that's really prevalent, like it decides on who is and who isn't deserving. And this is something that we're kind of trying to eradicate through our work.
Okay, so what we do, as I said, we've been running for about 6 months, and we keep getting new members kind of steadily. Although there's only 9 of us, it's quite a diverse group. There's queer people, people from migrant background, people that are homeless, and a good few people that haven't really organized politically before. So that's also been interesting. We do 1 distribution per month in a local square. We make about 30 portions of food. We get a good amount of people coming, more now that the weather's nice, and people also kind of like hang around and talk. We also give out zines and stickers. And the place we're cooking is a community centre that very luckily has let us cook without kind of like insurance, although we have had to deal with some bureaucratic stuff, such as like having to have food safety training, which, I mean, it's not the end of the world. So dealing with those kind of things, like there's no squat or autonomous center, so we kind of have to work with what we can get. And another part of this is that like we get some food from a food bank and we buy some of it, but we wouldn't do like skipping or dumpster diving because the food has to be traceable for us to cook in this place. And I also think it wouldn't work so well within the community. I don't know if they'd be accepting of it, but you can see. Our food is always vegan. Yeah, we haven't had issues with this. It makes things a lot easier for food safety also. Anything else?
No, on that point. No, I don't think so. And also on our distributions, like we distribute in a square, but like probably one of our biggest obstacles is just like the weather, because we're outside and we're in Ireland and it rains. And everything would just be a lot easier if we just didn't rain all the time. But it's good. And then, some of the reasons and motivations behind our activity. So, we kind of mentioned at the start that we're doing this through mutual aid. And what we're also trying to do within our group is to kind of, self-educate amongst ourselves and like try and maintain this level of collective consciousness amongst ourselves and amongst new members. And one of the biggest things we're trying to do is just simply to create community. Like Ireland generally has quite a loneliness crisis as well. This is like just to do with the fact that many people live rurally, and then a lot of the socializing that does take place is within pubs. So it always kind of centers around alcohol and consuming. So Food Not Bombs is just trying to give people a chance to socialize without spending money and without drinking as well. And we're also trying to just introduce people to radical politics as well. Some of the other events that we've organized, we organized like a solidarity letter writing session for some of the Palestine Action prisoners that were on hunger strike back in January. We're also organizing against the cost of living crisis. Like we said, like prices in the last few years in Ireland have really, really gone up, generally kind of post-COVID. And we're also kind of trying to create some sort of a leftist movement in Sligo. Like we mentioned, there's no kind of social centers, and there's kind of a lack of spaces. So this is like kind of one of our biggest obstacles, but step by step. And Food Not Bombs has also allowed us to get involved with some already existing community structures. So, for example, there's like a migrant women's group who also organize, or like they have collective meals together in the place where we cook. And they've been a good group that have supported us a lot. And it's been nice to be able to make these kind of ties within Sligo as well. And yeah, I guess most of it is trying to get people to kind of just engage with what we're doing, rather than this kind of dynamic of just like giving like your €5 or whatever and then just kind of walking away. Like we want people to hang around and chat to us and read a little zine, and yeah.
Yeah, so we're doing this work as mutual aid and non-hierarchically. We're using like Signal to organize, and we have a meeting once a month, like the Monday before we're cooking. Yeah, so again, trying to be in opposition to this charity model that people are used to, and trying to get people more involved in non-hierarchical organizing. I think Food Not Bombs in general is a good introduction. It's kind of like low stakes. Yeah, and trying to create more community, getting more groups together. Yeah, and trying to make links within the local community, like with this migrant women's group, and yeah, with the food bank. Yeah, and hopefully that will continue. I think that's something we need to like do more work on, is like getting our name out there, although it's like a small community. Yeah, I think we need to do more like in-person kind of advertising and stuff. Yeah, because we mainly advertise through Instagram and then through wheat pasting posters. And then some people put them into like their Facebook local groups. Yeah. I think that's us.
Yeah, maybe through our like presentation as well, one thing we kind of wanted to highlight or show our perspective from was also like the political importance of organizing in small places as well. Like even though it might present its own difficulties, like it's really, yeah, it's important not to forget about the small places and like the stuff that we do. And although it might be hard to do things for the first time, like it's great when you get started.
Questions? You mentioned food safety courses, and well, why? I mean, I feel like among popular kitchen, this is like a hot topic. Not many of us do. Like some people come from the hosteleria, ristorazione, kitchens and stuff, but many volunteers are just not the first time. The hygienic conditions could be not so HTTP friendly. And was this because of the space you found yourselves in? Yeah. Because I lost that part. I'm very sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, it's because we had to. We wouldn't choose to do it. Yeah, we had to do it to be able to like continue cooking there. Okay. But I'm just saying it's not the worst thing in the world to like be a bit more safer, know about how long food should be out of a refrigerator, know what cutting board you should use for what thing. Yeah.
And also through organizing in this space and through this migrants women's group, they basically found funding to run this course. So it was just like a day-long course, and yeah, we got like a booklet and we did a little quiz, and it wasn't the most fun thing in the world, but like we managed, and yeah, like it's kind of useful, but it was a bureaucratical thing.
Cheers.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like you're really doing pioneer work, so kudos to you for that. I'm sure it's not easy. but good luck. And I wanted to ask, because it seems like it's not only the first kitchen, but also some other stuff maybe that you're doing, or the things you were talking about are not so like common in Sligo. So I'm wondering if there was like some backlash or some negative reactions from like right-wing groups or something like that. Did you have some issues because you're just starting and it's all so new?
No, not yet from right-wing groups. Yeah, I think some people were, especially the woman who works in the food bank, she didn't like how we were doing things. She said it wouldn't work because food is given out to people in Sligo like door to door or through the food bank. There's no on-street distribution. So she said like, this won't work rurally, you know, you don't know what you're doing. She didn't like it, although she still gave us food, but kind of reluctantly. So yeah, there's some like that. And like generally this attitude of like, are you doing this for school? Are you doing this because you're religious? Like, why are you here? Kind of. I think people are like a bit weirded out because we also kind of look a bit weird. Yeah, but not so bad. Mainly just like a bit weird. Yeah.
Like most times people, when they see like us on the street, they presume that we're going to be from the church or something like this. And then they talk to us and they learn that we're not. So.
Also, if anyone wants to visit Ireland, let me know. I live at a housing collective. I can host you. It would be fun.
Thank you so much to the kitchen from Sligo. Next up is Bologna.
Okay. Hi. First of all, I want to say thank you so much for, we want to say thank you so much for this opportunity. We are so young, we are starting, we are a collective that is, really starting now in the neighborhood. So thank you so much for this opportunity, seeing all this kitchen, it's perfect. Thank you. So we're going to read. And Fornelli Ribelli is a collective that was formed less than a year ago, shortly after April 25th of 2025, within an imagination workshop promoted by the Assembly Bologna Come Stai, that it's Bologna, how are you? That it's the neighborhood where we are active. And it's part of the Bolognina Antifascist Bolognina network, a constellation of groups active in the neighborhood across different areas, after-school support, housing rights, mutual aid, and spaces for sociality. Within this network, Fornelli Ribelli works to build a relationship and mutualistic practice through cooking, understood as both a political tool and a space for sharing. We mainly, but not only, active in our neighborhood, Bolognina. Historical, this neighborhood, that is this one, like it's bigger, but it's here and it's near the train station. This is the center of the city, and it's the more touristic and touristificated and gentrificated. And here there is Bolognina. So, historically, this neighborhood is home to migrant communities, and people experience different forms of vulnerability in today's world. Recently, it has been affected by urban regeneration, proceeds made at making it more attractive to tourism and investment, often targeting those who currently live there as the problem, without addressing existing inequalities, but just moving the problem far away from the city. These dynamics lead to the designation of Bolognina as red zone from Meloni's government. Piantedosi, currently Minister of the Interior and formerly Prefect of Bologna, is one of the main promoters of various security decree laws. Red zones are part of the urban DASPO banning order introduced in 2016, but have intensified significantly in 2024 and 2025, expanding to cities such as Rome, Naples, Milan, and Bologna, and other cities too, often targeting areas around the train station and the neighborhood with high migrant population. With increased police presence, with spread controls, with obvious racial profiling, and the nicking of social spaces. For this reason, our collective has chosen the street as it is a laboratory and main field of political action. Fornelli Ribelli builds sociality and resistance through collective cooking events, open moments where people cook and eat together in public spaces across the neighborhood. This is not about for now, it's not about redistributing food, but about reclaiming food as a fundamental right. Cooking becomes a space of freedom, self-determination, and collective meaning making. Our approach aims to be accessible as possible. Food is primarily vegan, halal, and whenever it's possible, having a possibility of gluten-free. Access is based on free contribution. People give what they can without obligation, and we don't have sign for that. If you want, you do you give some. We aim for zero waste by recovering surplus food from large scale distribution. And we are a mobile and itinerant kitchen, reaching different areas and different areas of our neighborhoods. Our tables, like our kitchen, are open to everyone willing to take part. Of course, having still anti-fascist identities and political statements. And then you go, no? Yeah.
So our cooking events often intersect with other activities like book presentations, laboratories, workshops, talks, and demonstrations. In one of our cookouts, once a spontaneous demonstration began after eating and proceeded towards the center of the city. We also provide food for various occasions involving the anti-eviction movement in Bologna, the platform. We tend to organize in assembly, being as much horizontal as we can. We start with a check-in where we tell our names, pronouns, and our current mood. Then we proceed with the aid of a facilitator to track the time and intervents and our porter. And we end with a checkout to see if anyone has
anything more to add up to the discussion. Recently, we started an inquiry. Oh, you got me. An investigation about the food rights in our city, because in our very first cookouts, we found ourselves dealing with people, mainly homeless people or people who didn't have access to a kitchen to cook in, since the housing crisis been worsening over the years and people don't have enough space to cook. And asked us if we were gonna be there every week, every month, and we said no. We just started doing this, so we started looking for other people doing that, and so that gave birth to Mangiare Bologna, the first edition, where we interviewed some associations, both in mutualistic and assistentialistic approach to the cause, and we found ourselves with loads of data telling basically that what the city is giving, both from an institutional point of view or mutualistic, is not enough. It's not enough. So that's become our main goal right now, to reclaim what the city constitutionally says, affirms they give, the right to food. But it's bullshit. So yeah, our main practice, what we are very proud of, is cooking in the street with open calls for anyone to join us to cook, because as soon as a new cooking project arose in Bologna, there was a comrade catering, come cook for us. No, you're gonna cook with us and we're gonna cook together. That's our main goal, because also because we're like the cruduro. In the assembly, we're like 10 in the best times. We're not enough people to guarantee servers like the comrade catering they're asking us. So yeah.
One of the point of like cooking together and then eating together with tables and then doing assembly after, it's like creating connection in the neighborhood. Like the red zone create very distance between people that live in the neighborhood. So doing this type of action, we think that can make a possibility of communication between different persons that live that type of neighborhood. We find as like in our events, like people that live in the street, people that old people that are alone, students, people that see us cooking there and then come with us to cook and then do then eat together. And we try to have assembly usually, or book presentation, or sometimes with the after school we do a project with children. So we were like doing stuff preparing the 25th of April in Italy. So we are trying, because we don't have a space, and this moment like we don't of course have budget, but still we are interested in the concept of cooking in the street, for that, like creating the opportunity of staying together, and from that creating a political place where we can find a political point of view all together, and so we could be ready when the red zones or like the political situation get worse, like more than now. So like we have the experience that in a lot of neighborhood in Italy, but in Bologna too, when something happened, when something it's getting worse, like gentrification and touristification. Coming all together, it's very difficult. So we are trying to do it now with socializing these topics now. So when something is gonna happen, like maybe we're gonna be together. So that's it.
Also, I don't think that's clear, but the red zone stuff, it's about militarizing the neighborhood. Militarizing police officers, militaries, just randomly stopping people on the street on a racial basis, harassing them, and keeping them for hours there. Just that. This is the red zones we're talking about. Any question?
I wanted to ask, did you have, because I imagine the people that come to your gatherings are mainly Italian, right? Mainly Italian natives.
Okay.
I've been quite a few times to Italy, and I've seen that there is a big problem with racism with refugees. And usually refugees are not well accepted, so they end up in the streets, so they are homeless, so they have nowhere to eat. So do you have people in Bologna, because I've people in Bologna telling me, oh, we're talking about refugees, and oh, you get in.
Who was trying to infiltrate his nasty ideas inside a cookout, and then we just served him a plate and just told him that's not the attitude we wanted there. Then if he wanted to stay there and enjoy the company other than the food, he should stop with that. And we told also the reason we chatted for a while, yeah, with that man.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask, because you're cooking on the streets and you were explaining the red zones, basically they're policing the streets and they're stopping you when you're just walking and profiling you. How are they allowing you to cook on the streets, and have you had issues with the authorities?
We're mainly white.
Yes.
No, well, it did happen. It did happen once, but like, this Bolognese antifascista network is very strong and eradicated in the neighborhood, so we know how to respond to that. We've had years of experience in dealing with police and stuff. And if you want some tips, just don't ask me. But I love this. Everything that's happening here, because it's an opportunity to make net and share tips. Like if it's not me, it's some comrade from Bologna or from Napoli or from Sofia. So thank you again.
Okay, thank you so much. And next up is Napoli.
Okay. Hello. Hello. Yeah, we are Mensa Cubata from Napoli. We want to thank the chef and everybody who organized this fantastic event and everybody who are here. But maybe tomorrow we will do it better. But really, thank you. So we are Mensa Cubata, that is a Marxist-Leninist collective, and also it gives the name to our occupied space located inside the ex-canteen of the University of Naples, and it was born in 2012 when students, workers, and unemployed people reopened it because the real canteen is even older than 2012. That had been abandoned and closed for over 10 years, with over 2.5 million euros spent, and it never reopened again until we did it forcibly after the renovation, making it accessible to everybody, students and people of the neighborhood. Mensa Occupata emerged after years of political discussion regarding the right not only to study, but the necessity of being able to access what we do not define as a service offered by the university, but as a basic right of a student, such as being guaranteed one high-quality hot meal per day, at least, and for free or for a few years. The place is completely self-organized and open to anyone who wants to contribute to this practice of reappropriating our rights. The moment of the popular lunch that happen usually on Wednesday is divided into two parts. The first part is the cooking phase, in which we all collectively choose what to cook and to buy food from local markets in the neighborhood, setting up the space obviously, and deciding together what to cook actually. Afterwards, we all share the lunch, offering a healthy seasonal vegan or vegetarian meals, usually 2 options per day. And in the context of a gentrified city center, even always day by day more gentrified, flooded by touristification, where even eating becomes a privilege. Alongside popular lunches, the space is involved in several activities. You go? Okay. In various activities strictly linked to our disputes, including anti-fascism, anti-capitalism, anti-Zionism, anti-racism, trans-feminism, labor, mental health, the right to study, and the right to housing. I give the mic to Ganji.
Hello. So, within the space of the kitchen, there is a group, Brigata Mantesini, that emerged during the popular lunches that we have every Wednesday with the collective students. And it was born from a desire to reclaim the pleasure of cooking and eating together, and to create a space for social gathering that exists outside the logic of the food market and eat and run consumering that involves the historic center of Naples. So the Brigade was established
regarding the visual imaginary of our political paths. Its name, Luciana, is a play on the phrase Luci a Napoli, lights in Naples. It is a space where graphic arts, illustration, and screen printing meet to give life not only to products such as posters, t-shirts, and more that visually represents our slogans, but also to a new way of imagining and communicating our struggles. We have complete equipment for a screen printing production. And the space is engaged by creative workshops, collage production for adults and children, screen printing workshops, linocut laboratory workshops on the basic of the editorial graphics. In the future, we also aim to include a dark room. We think that of the space as a true creative container when every art takes the space it deserves. Just a few images. So, Orso, Studentato ad Organizzato, is self-organized student housing, was born in April 2019 in an abandoned university space, following a long path of struggle for the right of housing. Okay. The self-organized student housing still exists today. It is inhabited by students who embrace its cause and have been protagonists of numerous solidarity activities, both in the neighborhood and in the city itself. During the COVID-19 pandemic, it hosted the Solidarity Brigade of Mensa Occupata, which activated the solidarity tools such as a listening desk, legal and psychological counseling, and organized fundraisers and food collections to be delivered to those in difficulty. Finally, the name of the student housing is in memory of Lorenzo Orsetti, Orso de Cocher, his nom de guerre, an Italian militant on the YPG front killed in 2019 in Syria, dying a battle. To him, we dedicate this place.
So next up we have Collettivo Studenti Federico II, which is the student collective. It is inside of the University Federico II of Naples, and we also have the self-managed library Gramsci Dax, and they were created to reclaim privatized university spaces, and after the original space was returned to the university to establish study rooms, students occupied an abandoned library in the same building. And it was born in 2008 during the Great Student Mobilization known as the Wave in Italy, which it was against the Gelmini government and the reforms that were made on schools and university. So the movement arose from the need to reclaim those spaces, allowing students to once again use and appreciate their places of learning that were being privatized and taken away from the student community. These spaces for us go far beyond offering a simple study hall, because in there we want to bring political action, sociality, and gathering. The principle that animates the collective are organized and collective participation, and that will reflect in the care of our spaces and the sharing of political values, of course. And we try to create here political activities and initiatives. The recent history of the collective is marked by some moment of mobilization. The first one during the COVID-19, the entire faculty was occupied, so to allow the students to continue experiencing the university spaces that had been taken away from them, and in order also to protect the right to education and to socialization during the health crisis. Then after the space was occupied also other times for Palestine and other struggles that we were having. Another space that, another path that takes place into our space is the Popular Gym that was founded in 2013 and inaugurating in March during the Dax death, which is a comrade that was killed in Milan by fascists. The space inside the Mensa was huge, and so we had some rooms we could adapt to these activities. And the name was chosen, Vincenzo Leone was chosen because he was a Napolitan partisan who fought during the days that led to the liberation of Naples against Nazi fascism. And during the years, we had a lot of disciplines, acro yoga, kickbox, voguing, fitness, and a lot of other activities. But Another important moment that we like to share is bringing the sport outside of our space. So we do these initiatives in the streets of Naples, where we organize soccer matches with the children that are there.
Okay, so last but not least, we would like to conclude by explaining what drives not only our kitchen, but our entire collective. We have written like a few lines, and afterwards we would like to show you a video. You also see it on YouTube. In Japanese, the ideogram Basserai mean to cross or destroy the fortress, an expression that evokes the speed and the power of the moments of this kata. Lorenzo had practiced karate since he was a child, and he repeated to us during his life that Basserai should become our watchword. A lot of Basserai breathings have appeared in our occupied spaces, in the streets, because Lorenzo knew very well that the fortress we fight against is real, concrete, and found everywhere, inside and outside of us. All this experience and his militancy, occupation, and struggles were carried out together with him, who continued to accompany us even after he decided to leave this world. This is what Basserai means, a commitment that we must take on collectively to challenge the most fearsome of fortresses.
Non è il teatro più necessario, ma assolutamente qualcos'altro. Superare le frontiere tra me e te. Arrivare ad incontrarti per non perderti più tra la folla, né tra le parole, né tra le dichiarazioni, né tra idee graziosamente precisate. Rinunciare alla paura ed alla vergogna alle quali mi costringono i tuoi occhi, appena io sono accessibile tutto intero. Non nascondermi più. Essere quello che sono, almeno qualche minuto, 10 minuti, 20 minuti, un'ora. Trovare un luogo dove tale essere in comune sia possibile.
In giapponese gli ideogrammi del Bassai Dai significano distruggere la fortezza, cosa che evoca la rapidità e la potenza dei movimenti di questo kata. Lorenzo praticava sin da piccolo karate, coltivando un amore infinito per le arti marziali orientali. Ci ha ripetuto per tutta la vita che Bassai Dai dovesse diventare la nostra parola d'ordine, il punto di partenza e d'arrivo del nostro agire politico.
Noi siamo hacker, determiniamo la nostra vita e ci sbattiamo per farlo. Mettiamo le mani nelle cose, le smontiamo, rompiamo e rimontiamo, ne capiamo il funzionamento. Usiamo la tecnologia a nostro vantaggio quando vogliono ritorcercela contro. Siamo hacker e ci liberiamo dalla gabbia in cui siamo rinchiusi. Questo vuol dire Bassai Dai. Smascherare e distruggere la fortezza che ci è stata costruita intorno.
I Bassai Dai dalla palestra popolare Vincenzo Leone e riappropriazione dei nostri diritti attraverso lo sport. Una grande aggregazione sotto un'unica bandiera, quella antifascista, e crescita collettiva e partecipazione accessibile a tutti, anche a chi non può permettersi una quota di iscrizione o mensile. Ma è soprattutto grande passione, sudore di chi giorno dopo giorno cerca di dare il suo contributo per portare avanti e far crescere questo percorso politico. E quindi Bassai dai!
Bassai dai per noi significa occupare spazi, creare condivisioni di luoghi e di idee, obiettivo che portiamo avanti come collettivo studenti Federico II. All'interno dell'università sentiamo l'esigenza di dover risvegliare la coscienza degli studenti dall'incessante e frenetico ritmo segui, studia, dall'esame, creando un percorso sempre più simile ad una catena di montaggio piuttosto che ad un luogo di cultura, formazione e aggregazione. Spazio di massa, aula C4, biblioteca autogestita Gramsci Dax. Sono tutti tasselli di un percorso di lotta che hanno come unico obiettivo la distruzione del processo di aziendalizzazione che stanno subendo le università. Questo è il significato che noi vogliamo dare a Bassai Dai.
Bassai Dai, per il laboratorio di bambini Impariamo a variarlo, è assaltare la fortezza delle nostre paure e partire dal sogno di un bambino per rompere la gabbia senza sbarre in cui ci hanno confinato e assaltare il cielo. Imparare da chi non avesse mai pensato che potesse insegnare qualcosa. Bassai Dai è essere liberi, di poterlo essere. Per loro, Bassai Dai sempre.
Bassai Dai per il comitato di parenti e amici del detenuto del carcere di Pozzuoli significa commuoversi per una lettera, esultare ad un saluto per dietro alle sbarre e svolarsi per un coro in solidarietà alle detenute. Significa assaltare quella grande fortezza che è l'istituzione carceraria, per gli ultimi e insieme agli ultimi. Bassai Dai è liberi tutti.
Bassai Dai è immaginare, vivere e costruire l'utopia di un mondo migliore, l'utopia che può diventare realtà soltanto se collettivamente abbattiamo tutte le fortezze che sono dentro e attorno a noi.
Lorenzo viveva portando dentro di sé quella umanità nuova fine ultimo delle lotte, con cui combatteva sentendole tutte le ingiustizie del mondo.
Lollo ha vissuto e combattuto contro tutte le fortezze, anche quelle più terribili. L'amore che ha messo per realizzare la nostra utopia lo ha consumato. Ma non pensate che sia finita così. Ci siamo noi a testimoniare che non ha perso.
Ciao Lorenzo, Bassai Dai!
Sorry if we took a bit much time. But we thought that talking about Bassai Dai was necessary to let you understand the principle, the first principle of the way we mean the world and the politics. And it's not only about ideology, but it's something that it's deep in ourselves. Mostly thanks to Lorenzo. So thank you for your time. And if you have any questions.
Thanks for the amazing presentation. I love what you do. I, however, need to resolve a tension around the way you label it. I'd like to ask you, what's Marxist and Leninist about what you do? And this comes from a heavily traumatized Eastern European perspective. This is where I come from. Marxists have done most damage to the anarchist and anti-authoritarian movement in the Eastern Europe, and it's scary to see that the things you do are labeled in this way. But I would really like to open a conversation that doesn't necessarily have to happen in the next few minutes. We could probably talk about it later. Yeah, but I would really appreciate some background and elaboration on that. Thank you.
Yeah, just as a note from me as well, let's try to keep this relatively brief, and if we have a big political discussion, we'll have it at the end.
Yeah, it's very. I think that, yeah, it was in the end what I said. It's not only about ideology or something that comes only from a book or from a philosopher. Something very complex. And then we are in 2026, and going forward, the world moves so fast, even faster than us. So it needs much time, but it's not only that. We don't want to be just 2 words. It's even more than this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to this group as well. And next up is Sophia.
Testing. You want to tell everyone to be quiet?
We are ready for the next presentation, so if the rest of the people in the room could be a little more quiet, that would be really great. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thanks to everyone who's contributing to this amazing event in one way or another. Here's a short disclaimer before I hand over to Miles. We need to resolve a specific tension here, and I hope that we will manage to reconcile the double narrative between the clown of Food Not Bombs, Sophia, and the Führer in our midst, as we have sometimes been labeled, because it's a constant tension between structure and creative chaos. So slides come from me, whatever you can read there is what I would like you to be able to know, and the improvisation will come from Miles, okay? You do? I am surprised, but yeah. Okay. Ruxpin is an equal member of our Solidarity Club. We will give you more background about that as we go.
Oh, I've got 2 mics. Hello, thank you. We're going to go through our slides as we do, but I'm just going to basically cover the history of the collective, some of the challenges we faced, and then field some questions. So.
We don't need that because it's already been introduced by other.
You're all familiar with Food Not Bombs at this point, yeah. We're actually, we have discussed considering a rebrand because of some problematic posts associated with the brand that we've discussed internally. So I'm not going to get into that, but to clarify where we are. So, so Food Not Bombs initially had some foreign members who were in Bulgaria who started a brief chapter which closed down. And the current chapter of which we're members basically formed to deal with the oppression of people who were trying to hand out food in the street from restaurants and particular people who were being arrested and challenged for distributing food illegally on the street. So the collective formed around to support that mission, and we began sharing food on the street. Eventually, we moved. Do you want to show? You can do the slides. There you go, slides. I don't want to. Ooh, 1 second. Change places. Oh. It's a dance act at this point as well. Yeah, so long story short, we eventually moved into a space that we were very fortunate to get in a local market region. We took on a restaurant that was open to everybody alongside the principles of Food Not Bombs.
Can I follow the slide first?
I think we're going to run. Okay.
The point is that it's not just a Food Not Bombs chapter in this case. We will elaborate on the various spaces we have occupied a little bit later. I just need to clarify that it has evolved from a kitchen, a solidarity kitchen, to a solidarity club. And this is how we are actually well known in society nowadays, and what we, in Bulgarian society that is, what we have managed to accomplish. This particular third wave of Food Not Bombs in Sofia emerged from the need to popularize the anarchist movement, because up to that point in 2016, it had been a bubble, an anarchist bubble of people who are doing things underground with each other, and there was no outreach, no popularity of the movement. So it was a matter of going out in the open and doing propaganda openly, and including as many people as possible. And this is what we've been doing in the last 10 years. It's our 10th anniversary this year. And it's been a decade of trying to practice the proverbial Food Not Bombs solidarity, not charity, which in our terms, and this has been repeated multiple times on Bulgarian national television, national radio, and all kinds of events, including award-winning events where we were actually awarded for our inclusive approach. We do things with the vulnerable people, not for them. So this is the basics of, since the question was raised earlier. Okay, so solidarity is about doing things with the vulnerable, not for them. We do them together, inclusively. It's about social inclusion. It's also about tasks that people can pick with the help of coordinators rather than be assigned any, but we try to include everyone actively to participate. The Solidarity Club is also about learning how to coordinate our actions and be as political as possible without overdoing it. It's been like school of applied anarchy, actually, where we together learn how to do anarchy. When people come to our action, we first show them how to act horizontally, self-organize, and then we start preaching anarchism. Now, what you're doing is anarchy, in case you thought it was chaos, rulelessness, and so on. Okay, and also it's the welcoming of non-human animals among us and taking care of their rights as well. So that's basically what the club is about, the Solidarity Club is about. Okay, back to Miles.
Yeah, so after this initial formation around supporting this activism through food, moving into the kitchen, we continued this theme, and we, as Galina said, operate in solidarity with everyone who receives. People, and most of our most active members come from the vulnerable community, although we have a very large volunteer group of maybe 400 people within our coordination team, chats at least online. along with excellent support with people. I think our most useful thing and the thing we're most proud of is our network and the fact that we've managed to navigate people we would rather not associate ourselves with, whilst at the same time being able to deal with a lot of food preservation. For instance, we've specialized in preserving, repairing, and rescuing fridges. So we're able to take in large donations, freeze and prepare things, and then share them with other collectives as well. So that has kind of been a very useful thing from a food preservation standpoint. But on the activism front, we hand out food outside of our normal sharings to protests. We've supported large collective movements in Bulgaria where camps have been organized, and we've taken food through these. We currently support migrant and Roma groups with food and with activism support from people within the collective. Most of the members, the core members, are active in other activities additionally. So we're very much this activism-centered, through food-focused mission. I think it's very important for us to highlight some of the problems that we faced in Bulgaria in particular. We have very entrenched racism against, we're now being focused on migrants, but also against a very large Roma diaspora who are forced to live outside of the cities and towns in most cases, in something similar to shanty towns and cobbled together accommodation. And we've kind of tried to be different from other activities in Bulgaria. There are many places sharing food, some of which do offer some degree of places for people to be, but we've kind of led with this: come together, we can make bread together, we can do the various cooking and sharing activities. And then we've also moved into showers, other personal hygiene, medicine that we distribute through people who offer us these drugs for free from pharmacies.
There are slides about that. Can you just follow structure a little bit, please?
I mean, I have notes.
Well, okay, but take a look at what's illustrated there.
Can we argue after the presentation?
No, we can't, apparently. The thing is that the self-organizing element has some structural aspects that Miles keeps ignoring all the time. But the point is that what we try to do is to be connected at all times. And internet is really helpful in that respect. And since we also want to be popular, we've been on the most popular social network in Bulgaria, which is Facebook, unfortunately. And there's been tension between us about that too, because Miles is anti-Facebook all the time. And some of us...
It's not just me. The collective has voted to move away from Meta products. So Galina's questions about other people's organization stuff is stemming from that. But we do use Signal and a few other mediums as well.
Yeah, that's the point. But we started with a coordination group on Facebook, which is one of the good features Food Not Bombs offers and other social networks don't. For instance, you don't have it on Insta, which is a Meta product again, but it's still popular, especially with young people. And this is a major challenge because when we've been active for 10 years and there are several generations involved, and some are on Insta, others are still on Facebook and a Facebook coordination group. Some insist on chats, others need to be more structured. We've been looking for some kind of Discord options, but there's no one from the younger people to teach us Gen Xers how to be on Discord, because it's too easy for them, but not for me, in my 50s. and it's hard. But basically, it's been the coordination group where we would send weekly invites to everyone. There's about 400 people there. Whoever wants to join would accept the invite, and this automatically helps coordinators, self-appointed coordinators and volunteers in that respect, to organize the weekly operational chats where people who have accepted the invite would be included. And it's an increasing challenge with people scattered across different platforms and with different communication channel preferences. It's very hard for so-called coordinators, practically facilitators of activities to work. We've got an admin group where people who would maintain structure would be interacting with each other, facing the different challenges in that respect. There's Sunday action. We are active on Sundays for 10 years already. And we have Time Heroes missions, which is Time Heroes is an NGO that is very helpful in Bulgaria in terms of promoting various kinds of charitable events, but they've also been helpful for us because this is where external volunteers would come from, a lot of volunteers. So around the core team that is always represented, there would be random volunteers, and the coordinators would actually help newcomers or random volunteers get oriented in what we are doing and inform them about the tasks that they could pick from voluntarily, you know, and basically help them follow the rules, know what the fundamentals are, so they don't break our principles of non-discrimination and horizontal decision-making and so on. So that's the structural part that Mars is impatient about. Okay, please.
No, okay, yeah. This is why I was trying to cut you off. So the network that we have includes things like these Time Heroes supports and these various things. I'm going to get to some pictures that we can show you some about sharing.
No, if we're talking about the network, I'm going to...
So you've used 75% of the time. I need to get the rest of it out. So I wanted to give a quick cover of our spaces, how we're using them, and how we're currently operating. So we're currently only offering the medicinal, personal hygiene, and other features. We're not actually doing food sharing currently. This is as a result of gentrification within Sofia. We've lost our last 3 spaces because of an area near what became a bit of a hipster market area, where we had the first restaurant, was 7x'd our rent, and all of our bills went up to an unsustainable level. We then moved to another property where the same thing happened, and then we moved to a large space where we set up a community garden, continued our activities from there, and the network for the metro station has moved into that area, putting up the price once again. So we've now been evicted due to financial constraints. So we're maintaining a storage space with a shower and offering some of this because in the course of the solidarity practice of the kitchen, we've got to know many of our beneficiaries who become volunteers, become friends. We take on some medical responsibilities to arrange these things and try to support people in their everyday lives. So whilst we're not actually still currently sharing food for the last 4 to 6 months, on and off, we are providing showers and access to these basic fundamentals. Anything to add?
A lot to add. But
I know, but we don't have time. You spent too long talking about Facebook.
Okay, I wanted to say a few words about sustainability because from what I've heard here, that might be helpful for other groups. We obviously can't squash 2 years of history, 10 years of history in 15 minutes, but I believe that the fact that we are still around has to do with this weekly rhythm and reliability, the structural element, the facilitated coordination, the fact that social inclusion has been practiced consistently, like anally even. Also, the transparent and accountable fundraising, because after action, we would always report in the coordination group on what happened so that the next group of volunteer coordinators for the week would know what products are left over, what challenges were faced and might need to be still resolved. It's the sociocratic decision making. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with sociocracy. We could talk about it later, but this is really important. The way we decide. It's the broad solidarity network. We include NGOs in our solidarity network. It's not just anti-authoritarian collectives. That has helped a lot in being popular.
Can I just give the last moment? I think that what's useful from this presentation is we have different people with different focuses in our group. Galina's very focused on coordinating and is largely responsible for the network, which I think is our greatest asset. We have other people who are very focused on practical aspects, but activism is the key thread that binds these areas.
Okay, so I think we can all tell that you have a lot of experience and a lot of things to share with us. We'll be very happy to hear more from you at the end of the event. Let's see if we have one or two very quick questions. Okay, wait 1 second because we have one here. We'll take these two and then we'll move on to the next.
So you said around 400 people participate in the entire group, which it's not just cooking, it's other activities as well, like giving out medicine and hygiene kits. But do you think that everyone truly understands the ideals that you're trying to portray within the group when it's such a big number? And obviously you can't know everyone who participates. So how can you be sure that they're not just doing it for the aspect of charity and volunteering?
There are definitely people who are contributing with a view to it being a charitable element. We try to be clear with people, and like the brother from Thessaloniki said, asking people to engage with what we need when a large donation is offered rather than something like this. And also, we've kind of instilled in people that we would rather try to preserve food that's going to waste. So I mentioned about the fridges, and we get a lot of people who don't necessarily practice the principles, but are supporting, say, the food waste or vegan solidarity or elements of solidarity, not necessarily engaging with the whole club.
It's coordinators. This is the structural element. Coordinators, the so-called coordinators, are responsible for making sure our rules are always observed, like horizontal decision-making, the anarchist, pacifist elements, non-violence, and so on. So if there are any transgressions there, the coordinators would come and remind people what we are there for. Sometimes people, racists or transphobes would turn up, and we would challenge them about them. That is always, that's one of the central things we didn't manage to mention. We always have assemblies. We have monthly assemblies, organizational for the core team, and weekly action is about cooking together, holding the weekly assembly, followed by food sharing and eating together. But the assembly is always there. And we remind our principals at these assemblies, and if there are racist views expressed, everyone has the right to speak. If you speak in racist terms, get your food and you're out. Okay? Come back when you sort these things out.
Okay. Did we have another person here who wanted to ask something? Okay, awesome.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much to the comrades from Sofia. And next up we have Belgrade.
Hello, Opa. Hello, everyone. We are Solidarity Kitchen from Serbia, Belgrade. Our name is actually Solidarity Kitchen in Serbian, Solidarna kuhinja, and our slogan is Solidarity, not charity, solidarnost, a ne milostinja. So we are an independent, non-profit, self-organized, direct democratic organization. Our principles, we realize that here everyone has almost the same principles, so we're not going to talk that much about this. So obviously it's mutual aid, and we are not based on profit, competition, hierarchy, but on solidarity, mutual aid, and direct democracy. So there is no tolerance to discrimination on any basis, and we are financed only by individual donations. That means that we are not cooperating or accepting donations from NGOs, foundations, political parties, or organizations that aspire to become one. So we were founded in April 2020. During the lockdown, a group of people realized that during the lockdown, people who live on the streets were in a worse situation than before, because there was nothing much to find on the streets, and because there was a lockdown, so they faced the repression from the police by being outside because they're homeless. So since people worked from home, they had a bit of spare time, and they started cooking from their home and distributing food. But organization quickly grew to become much, much bigger. So before that, we had student protests and university occupations on 2006, 2009, 2011, and 2014. And that is when the idea of distributing food emerged, but it took many years to form this kind of organization. So the student movement was kind of responsible for the founding of Solidarity Kitchen, because that is where a lot of people politicized through that practice and radicalized. Also, that is where we adopted this kind of model of organizing, to be self-organized, to have no hierarchy, to make decisions with direct democratic method, and also to use direct action to do stuff by ourselves, not to rely on anyone else, and also these models to form like working groups for media, for logistics, and things like that. So I will quickly try to tell you how a week in Solidarity Kitchen looks like. So we cook and distribute food 3 times per week, and we make a plan on Sunday or on Monday, what are we going to cook. So we have kind of different model, I think, because in our kitchen, we on Wednesdays, so we distribute food on Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. And on Wednesdays and Saturdays, people cook from their homes. So on Wednesdays, there are 3 kitchens that cook from their homes. On Saturdays, there are 4 kitchens that cook from their homes. And on Sundays, we cook all together in our house that we rent. So, and this house we use for keeping the supplies, the pots, having meetings, etc. So we go and buy supplies. Also, we have like a database of activists that are active in Solidarity Kitchen, and there is, I think, now more than 300 people. But through these 6 years that we exist, many people went through Solidarity Kitchen. Some of them moved from Serbia, so they are no longer members. But there's a lot of people that been part of Solidarity. This 300 members is always changing who they are. So also we have people who drive. So day before the cooking on Tuesdays and Fridays, the driver takes supplies, a big pot that can fit like 40 or 50 portions of meals inside, plastic packages and cribs, or how do you say it, like whatever they need for cooking. And on Wednesdays and Saturdays, the other driver takes cooked meals from these chefs, from these kitchens, and they drive it to the checkpoint where we distribute food to the people in need. Okay, so Kala will talk a bit about our internal structure. So we make decisions direct democratically, but we have some challenges since there is 300 people that are active in our kitchen. They do not all attend our assemblies, but they are free to join the assemblies that make decisions, but many people do not want to join it because they don't have time to do such things. So it is a bit challenging for us to integrate all these people in the organization in terms of decision making, and because we don't have a big space where we can fit everyone, and because people are actually more prone to just cook or just drive or just distribute food because they don't have time or the will to join these assemblies. We have go back. We have these working groups, which are logistics that makes a plan and contacts the activists. We have a working group that's for social networks, media. We have a working group that's about distribution and all the challenges that emerge there. And we have a working group for integration of our activists, because that's a challenge for us. Also, we have a working group that's called In Solidarity Together, that we will talk later. And Kala will talk a bit about our social network and media, because that is the way that we engage people and are present in the space so they can donate money to us. So he will talk more about that.
Okay, yeah. Like Milena said a little bit earlier, we started from the student protest, and like our experience was like that we have to be present in the media to make so we can make pressure on the decision makers, and it was just our mindset from the beginning. We still think that is very important to be visible in the mainstream media. Like the goals of the kitchen are not only making food and helping people that are in need in this moment. We also want to, like, I don't know better word now in English. In Serbia, I wouldn't say advocate, but to make visible people who live in extreme poverty, to make the connection between poverty and the current economic system that we are in. We try to promote, let's say, solidarity in the broad sense in the public, and we want to try to encourage people to self-organize and to do things. That's why we try to be as much as possible in the mainstream media, and every time that we have possibility to come to the media, we stress like that the systemic roots of poverty and things like that. Of course, we have like there is always almost always that dynamic that the media wants. A lot of journalists they call us because they have like, we are good people who are doing something good, then we accept that if it's not really something bad, but we accept it and we go somewhere where we are good people. But we always use that space to speak about the systemic roots of poverty, try to change the discourse about everything. I mean, about like poverty and everything. So that's one of our goals, to be visible in the media, not because we want to be visible, but because that helps us to be more effective. Like one of the effects of being visible in the media is that we have support of the public, so we can criticize the government now a lot, and they cannot be repressive toward us because we are visible in the public, and just attacking us would be very unpopular for the government to do. Like we very often ask for donations. We are just visible, like people know for us, see us because we are in the media, and we just don't ask for donations. Maybe we did it for 5 years of working, maybe we did it once or twice, I don't know. Just people see us, we are telling what we are doing, and people see that's like something good, and they just donate stuff to us. And yeah, the same thing is like for the pool of people who become activists of Solidarity Kitchen. Like a lot of people, okay, there was like, now there is 300 of us, but a lot of people come. Somebody sees something in the media, he maybe doesn't know exactly how it works. Some people come be a little bit and they don't agree with our ideas of how we are working, so they don't join. But because we are active in the public space, we have a much bigger pool of people who can come, and from those people who agree with us or see that we are doing something efficiently can come and stay. That's why we have 300 members like now in the kitchen. And yeah, and of course it's like, I think personally that it's a very good way to spread anti-capitalist propaganda. Now, how we, okay, I really made this bad. Okay, the main thing how we do it is we had like weekly reports. Okay, now we don't do it how we should be doing it, but I'm very responsible for one part of not doing it. But we do it. We had weekly reports for like we say we distributed this amount of food, but every week we had we take one topic and we speak about it from our position. Okay, like next week the topic would be maybe this meeting. But the week after that, it can be the inflation, who profits from inflation, how is it affecting the most poor and things like that. The week after that, it can be something totally not actual. I'm speaking before when we did it, how we should. Like we had some, those reports that are not actual. Not current. Like we had like, I don't know, problem. Yeah, not acute issues. Like we had, I don't know, like gambling as a problem and things like that. And then if there is something that is acute, we speak about it from our perspective and people see it. And now the thing is, a lot of people saw that on our social media, but what's the thing that happened? A journalist, because they look on social media for things that they are writing about. They find us as a specialist, people from the ground who are working with homeless people. And whenever if we have a good take, or I don't know how to say it better, they call us to speak about that. But even if it wasn't something we were writing about, they would call us because they saw us as somebody who's competent to speak about things which are connected to the poor people, extreme poverty, or poor people. Yeah, and that's Yeah, okay, that's our like media strategy that we think it's something that we should share with other people, because we think that helped. Without that strategy, that wasn't something that, it was just something we did because we were used to it, but without that, we would not be here where we are now.
I would like to add something else also. I think it's important to frame that, how you frame it in the media, that poor people are, it's not individual responsibility, it's a systematic problem. So it's always like this fight for the discourse in media, how to frame these things. And also why people cook from their homes, because we wanted to spread this to be like solidarity network, to engage as much people we can. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay. Šta je sledeće? Ali vrati mi par slajdova. Okay. So we have this checkpoint in the center of the city near a park where we 3 times per week distribute the food. So each day between 150 and 200 people come and make a queue. So it's like 500 plus meals per week that we make. Also, we have this rule: 1 meal, 1 person, 1 person, 1 meal, because we don't have the capacity to give to each person 2 meals. So we give only 1 meal to 1 person. And also on some special occasions like holidays, like Christmas, Easter, New Year, we tend to make something special for the people, like some kind of special food, because we think that people who live on the streets and do not have the possibility to spend these holidays with their family might feel better if they get something special. We also try sometimes to make desserts, sometimes to make tea, lemonade, things like that. And sometimes we distribute like hygienic products like toothbrushes and things like that.
Yeah, so I would like to talk about one activity that we started organizing around 2 years into our founding. Yeah, short is it's called Solidarity Together. It's especially important for us and something that we are proud of. That it was motivated by this this distinction and gap between us and them, us, the activists who are in the organization, and the people who are coming for the meals, and how to bridge this gap. So these are maybe once every month, these whole day cookings, usually in public parks or in an alternative cultural center in the wintertime. When we cook with the people who come to get meals, we talk to each other, get to know each other, listen to music, play games. And it's really important for us that because during the distribution, it's we have only a period of 30 minutes where we don't have space to really connect with the people and see them as a fully human person and not just as like a hungry mouth. So this is an opportunity for socialization, for humanization of these people, and sort of regaining of dignity. So it's important for us to build this collective sense of community and bridging the gap between us and them.
Yes, because if we had a squat and communal space, then we would cook and eat all together. But since we don't have it, this is the way to do it. Okay, so these are some actions that we did in the past. So there was a problem with the factory workers, a factory of tires in Zrenjanin. The workers from Vietnam were actually victims of human trafficking. They were not allowed to exit the grounds of the factory, and they were their passports were taken. So there was this guy who was a whistleblower, and we kind of like rescued him from these grounds. There is a video of that, but I don't know if it can be played. So, and also 2 of them stayed at our house for a long period of time, helped us cook, and we did things together. So also we were engaged in some ecological struggles. because in Serbia, not in Serbia, actually in the whole of Balkans, there was a plan to build mini hydro plants. So people in local communities were struggling against that, and we went to cook for these people. Also, we were members of camps that were organized by people from Homolje, because they're fighting the companies that are trying to make gold mines there. We are trying to cooperate with other organizations that are self-organized, and we were our idea is to make an infrastructure for people who are involved in various struggles, for workers' rights, student protests, to be an infrastructure that can cook for these kind of struggles, but we still did not manage to do it as much as we would like. Also, we did some stuff with Roma community where we go to their favelas and cook with them. And we did some logistical support for some people that asked us, I think some workers, we gave them some pots to cook with. Also, we helped a community of parents from kindergartens, because in kindergartens they tried to outsource the kitchens. So that was a big problem for them, and we helped them connect to each other so they can fight against that. We were also part of Bazaar for solidarity with Gaza recently, and a lot of more things, but I think we don't have much time. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
So this is from Roma communities and Linglong Factory.
And let's see if we have any questions from the audience.
The usual one?
Yet another one. Apart from... Apart from where exactly do you coordinate and what platforms, chats and whatever, I also wanted to ask about Balkan style of ecology. I could see food sharing in plastic boxes. Have you ever considered jars, for example, since that is one of the things that have been this has been very successful in Sofia. We could discuss this because the Balkans are much about preserves, a lot of jars involved there. That's a resource that can be used. Have you ever considered anything along those lines?
Yes, actually we had many attempts and tries to change the not using the plastic boxes, but these methods, since we distribute so much meals on weekly basis, we still haven't figured out a way to do it differently, because people eat on the spot and they cannot bring these jars back or something, and we found that this is currently the best option. We did try to change it, but then also, people who are rich and order food from deliveries, they also use, they make much more garbage than we do. But maybe Kale can say more.
No, but okay, when we are about communications, which is connected with this a little bit, we use all social media to communicate outside, except TikTok. We tried, but we could not manage to make content for it. It's not my fault. I'm the boomer type. Facebook is mine. Yeah, but inside we communicate Telegram, and we have many chats, and we have that kind of a lot of ad hoc chats. For instance, now when we go to Greece, we make an ad hoc chat for Greece that is only for Greece, and then it dies. And for instance, for the plastic, we had one chat where people were trying to not use plastic, and because every time somebody new comes to the kitchen, he says, "Can we not use plastic?" We say okay, and just enter into the chat, and then he goes through the whole chat, and then he is okay. We will use plastic, because a lot of people tried not using plastic.
So if I'm not wrong, you said that you are renting a place where to cook. And so my question is, how do you, like, I don't think that it's cheap to rent a place like this. So how do you, like, pay the rent? And are you having trouble also about, at least in Italy, like rent is rising and rising, and it's always difficult. And we also know other people that are like struggling on keep their place that maybe have been for them for a long time paying their rent. So I would like to know more about the situation in your country now.
Well, before renting, we used to use a place that was kind of given to us, but then we faced many challenges with that because, well, I won't talk about it, but we faced many challenges. So then we've been lucky to find something that's not that expensive. It's near the center of the city, and it's a house that has many rooms for storage, and it also has a backyard because we cook on gas, so we can cook outside. So this is something that is our only option now, actually. But it's also good because we can sometimes house people inside, members of Solidarity Kitchen that have some problems, or some people that are in need. So now this is the best option. Yeah, it's 350 euros per month, the rent, and it's a big house with a backyard. So actually we've been lucky with that. If they don't, yeah, it's a small house, but yeah, now it's the best option we have. Because we have these pots that we deliver to people, it's many stuff.
I'm very fascinated by the fact that you managed to get to traditional media to spread your message, and how do you actually manage to keep your message intact without them chopping it and fucking it up?
Okay. We we only have the ones very like chopping it, but okay, our message when we go, it's not we don't okay, Milena push it's really hard when she goes on TV, but it's like mostly somebody it's okay, we come to the topic of poverty. And then we say poverty is a systemic thing. It's not the people's fault. It's because of this system and things like that. And those are things that are okay for the media too. So we don't come and say in the media the state should be destroyed and we should live in communes. So if we did that, probably we will be much more chopped. But okay, that's like. We emphasize that everything is okay. Somebody says it's a systemic thing. Somebody says it's capitalist. Like it depends who goes to the media. We don't have like some extremely strict. And yes, they chop us, but we manage to get the we manage to get the point. It's very often. So once we got chopped, and we don't communicate with that media at all. Sometimes they chop a little bit, but it's like you speak 10 minutes, they have to put 2 minutes, and then they put 2 minutes. But mostly, you can manage to put some message across.
My strategy is when it's live, then I do it. Then I do it a lot. When it's not live, they censor it. But also the thing is now, I think it's a problem a bit because actually you can say anything now on TV. We do not criticize that much the current government because we don't think. I mean, me personally don't think it would be better if anyone else was in power. So they don't have problem with that. But also it's now. I think it's a bit. That we should be worried a bit because I usually say things like really like edgy. I think it was really edgy, and then I see they play it on TV, and I now realize you can say anything actually because we have now freedom of speech because it cannot change a lot. So I think it's actually a problem that you can say these things on TV because they don't care. It doesn't change anything.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is the kitchen from Niche. And I wanted to take the time, like a couple of minutes, to say a couple of extra things. So if you can see the picture here from the presentation from Belgrade, you might notice that there's a couple of people here from El Chef. And the reason for this is that the kitchen from Belgrade invited El Chef a couple of years ago, and we went there, and it was very nice. And then a few months ago, the kitchen from Niche invited us. And that was also very, very nice. And part of the reason why this is happening today is because precisely of those invitations. Because we went there and it was so incredible. The people were so hospitable. They treated us so well, and the event was so fucking nice that we just wanted to do something like that in return, maybe a bit bigger, maybe include more people. And part of the reason why this is happening today is precisely because someone else invited us beforehand, and we wanted to say thank you.
I want to thank you all for inviting us, and being part of this is super. We did not create some presentation, but we will speak like we are from Niche. We are from Niche. We started organizing in May 2025. So around 25th of May will be our first year of organizing. Now we share around 160 meals once a week. We started with 20 meals. We started in individual kitchens, personal kitchens. Now we have our space for preparing food. Like we are cooking in backyard, and we have some political minimum that we around what we organize. Like it's our political minimum is like food is social. I need to read because it took too long and my brain is fried. But our aim is for people to empower ourselves and gradually take responsibility for world around us, to not just be passive observers of injustice that is served to us. We are anti-fascist, anti-racist. We don't allow any discrimination in our collective. Now there is around 25 to 50 people that are active in our kitchen. Probably around 20 people are permanently active. Some of us take more initiative. Somebody is like occasionally doing stuff, but we are managing to prepare from every week. We share on a street. We share in front of puppet theater, so we take some public square every Sunday, and we usually try to go every week to get food from markets. So we go to random markets in our city, and from how you say it, farmers markets. We go there every week and ask people, hey, we are Solidarity Collective, we share food here and here, we are organized horizontally, blah, blah, blah. Do you have something to give us? If some food is there, you will throw it away or some stuff like that. And they give us food. When usually we do not find enough food because we are sharing 160 meals, so we buy in markets our food that we share. But like last winter, this winter actually, we managed to get like 100 kilos of sauerkraut from market and stuff like that. So we only allow donations from individual people. We do not take donations, like similar to Solidarity Kitchen Belgrade. We do not take donations from NGOs, public companies, political parties, like any institution of power, like when we started, we got like popular in our city. So city of Niš, through some people, tried to offer us, just like they were not offering us directly, but they were seeking if we will accept that. The city of Niš offered us some funds for to cook, but we declined them. Basically, we know that if we accept their funds, they will start to ask some political, how you say it, like gifts, like political person would come to our collective and say to us, hey, can we take picture with you? They would want to use us, so we decline them. We also go on media when we have some problems. Like we were cooking for 5 months in our friends' houses, friends' backyards. Then we found house. Like we tried to find house that is not in really good shape. It was not some. We rented a house that was out of market. Like it was destroyed house. We managed to put it into good condition. Then we could get evicted. So we again started cooking on the backyards. Now we have permanent house. We got lucky, like 1.5 months ago, and it was also a house that was out of market for 5 years. That person did not want to rent that house, but when they found out what we are doing, how we are organized and stuff, they said to us, "Hey, we will rent you at some really cheap price." So we took that house and started renovating it again. We share on the street. We share 120 meals, but around 40 meals we take to houses of individuals that are not in position to come to our place. So every week we need around 4 drivers to bring food around. We have like 6 routes where we drive food. And on the cooking day, we usually need around 7 to 10 people to manage. On Saturday, we go shopping, we go market, then we start chopping vegetables because it's a lot of vegetables. Like sometimes it's 50 kilos of vegetables. And on Sunday, we cook. We start cooking it in the morning, like 8:30. And we share every Sunday at 2 p.m. So there is a time, but it can be stressful. It's like big pot, 95-liter pot for preparation. And sometimes we are cooking vegan food. Usually we are cooking non-vegan food. We try to. We are not cooperating with church or anybody, but in Serbia there is some periods of Lents, like people are Lenting, and on our spot where we share, some like 20-30 people were saying we would not come to get food if it's not Lent food. So we started going to people that are taking food and we started asking them, hey, is it okay to cook vegan food for next 4 weeks? And majority of people were like, okay, no problem. So we cooked vegan food for 4 weeks. We usually try to include everybody. Kitchen is open, like everybody can join. You don't need to have some ideology. There is anarchists in our group. There is a lot of different ideologies, but we have some, not rules, but if you are fascist, maybe we will not tolerate you for sure, but they will not come to our place because they have different mindset. But Serbia is a really conservative place, so we had some people that are homophobic or something, or some different stuff. And in kitchen there is safe space to say it. So after some time, even those people, like they said to us, "Oh, I would never speak with you people. I would never be part of this." And now that person will die defending people in the kitchen. So people can change. Probably we need to be open-minded. We need to approach people. We need to go in public. We are cooperating with Neighborhood Assembly, Mediana Neighborhood Assembly, Palilula. They are also self-organized groups from Niš. They are organized around protest in Serbia. There is they are fighting little bit different political fight than us. Like they are now supporting students. Students wants to go on elections and stuff. We do not support elections, but still we are in city that don't have a lot of political groups. So also those neighborhood assemblies are organized horizontally. They are direct democracy. So we see them as some allies in some way. So we are cooperating. Yes, we managed to get. We went on street for New Year. And get presents from people for kids on the street. So we were giving away to kids New Year presents with neighborhood assemblies. I want to thank also Solidarity Kitchen Belgrade because when we started, they offered us support without asking who we are. They did not do some background check. They wanted us to not be racist, homophobic, fascist or stuff. But they gave us a lot of support. They gave us pots and stuff. They gave us insight how they are organized, what to do. So Solidarity Network in Serbia is slowly growing. And that's a really positive thing. Because in Serbia, self-organizing is not really, but in our city, in southern Serbia, basically before 2025, there is probably no self-organized group before that. We are first first leftist organized group in our city, self-organized group. So. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Maybe. We use Viber and to organize. We have work groups there. We have delivery work group. We have. Cook work group, we have social media work group, we have a lot of structures. For more political stuff, we are using Signal. For basic stuff, we are using Viber because Viber is most popular thing in Serbia. We are using social media platforms because we know that they are part of something really wrong, but if you want to reach people, we need to use them. Maybe in the future, we have some plans to go more on the street, to use the mouth directly to approach people, and we are doing it, but we are using also social media. That's it.
So, are there any questions?
Right. I would like to ask about the choice for vegan food. Not be the default with you. You're vegan yourself, so why isn't vegan food the default kind?
We did not manage to have consensus in our kitchen. There is veganism is not popular in Serbia, speaking openly. For in the last 5 years, it's on a rise. Maybe there was before, but it was like, especially southern Serbia, where we are from, we are like really obsessed with meat and stuff like that. So it's really hard. I understand it would be easier even for us to not to cook only vegan food, but yeah. And we also our meals are consistent like we share one lunch that is 500 grams. We share dessert, we share bread, and we share salad like every week, every Sunday. And I want to say also, national state kitchen in Serbia was not serving food on Saturday and Sunday, and since we started, they started giving people food on the weekend that are taking food from national kitchen. So maybe we influence that, maybe not, but yeah, that's also positive thing. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Okay, so maybe we can move on. So now the kitchen from Novi Sad will be presenting, and they are our last kitchen. But of course, come and sit. But before they present, I wanted to say that downstairs they're preparing, I think, dakos, which is a salad with with bread, let's say, and yeah. And after the event here, of course, we can open a discussion and answer any last questions. And we're going to open the Social Migrant Center so we can continue our discussions and our conversations for whoever wants.
And thank you for your attention. I know we are the last ones, and I know there's some food there, but just bear with us like 10, 15 minutes, I promise. Yes. Thank you. F7 or like yes. Okay. Okay, so we are KSNS, which means Kitchen of Solidarity or Solidary Kitchen from Novi Sad, Serbia. And unlike Belgrade and Niš, we are a vegan kitchen. So the KSNS was founded in 2020 during the COVID pandemic, when activists from different other organizations like Roof Over Heads and Open Kitchen that was also vegan, and some other individual activists, they recognized the need of people like sorry. So the need of people to have meals some days per week because the standard national kitchen was closed during pandemic. And also the other thing is that to apply for standard national kitchen, it requires a lot of paperwork and the process is long and it has different criteria. So that was the idea around founding this kitchen. So as I said, it was founded 6 years ago, and last year we celebrated half a decade, which we are very proud of. And it started with around 15 volunteers from these organizations and with around 20 people who were receiving meals because they were already connected with these organizations. Throughout these years, we grew exponentially, and at the moment we have around 200 people that are volunteering from time to time, but we can say that we have like around 50 active volunteers, including our drivers. And we are also using different Viber groups for different teams. So in terms of people who are receiving meals, it went from like 15 to 300 today. And as we are speaking now, they are doing the delivery in Serbia. So we have a lot of users, let's say now, but they will tell you more about it. They also eat in our spaces and we deliver. So yeah, this is a bit of like to show you how our space looks. And these organizations that founded the kitchen were part of a youth center, CK 13 or Black House 13, which is like a place where different political or activist groups are gathering for different workshops and so on. So they have a space that has a kitchen, so they gave us this space to use for free. And with time we collected like funds to gather all the like necessary utensils that we need. So we provide 2 meals per week. On Tuesdays and Saturdays, and we have, because we grew a lot, so we have specific like type of activities at certain times. And the idea around veganism, as I said, we inherited from these other organizations because they are valuing non-violence against people and animals and in general, and we are also doing the same. And also for the safety reasons, because especially in the beginnings, we didn't have a lot of like storages for meat or milk products, etc. Our like community is not against that, and they really liked our meals, and we have like mastered our recipes, so they are really enjoying it, and we are trying to provide nutrition meals that consist of fresh products, seasonal products, and also salads, fruits, main dish, and bread. Here is like the last picture is from the last birthday we had, and in a few days we will celebrate our 6th birthday. So yeah, we are very proud that what we accomplished so far. And just a second. Yeah, so as I mentioned, our communications is through these groups, but also with time, because we grew a lot and there is a lot of volunteers who are not active all the time, we had to split into different teams. And because, as other groups from Serbia mentioned, social media is our main like source of attracting donations and volunteers, we have media team and we also have logistics team. It's not about hierarchy, we don't have that. It's just about like not being all over the place and have some kind of a structure. So my friends now will tell you more about our activities and how we operate in general.
Okay, so I will talk about day-to-day activities, and as Ileana said, we have like different groups. The main 2 overlapping groups are the logistics team and general volunteer team. In general volunteer team, in the Viber group, there's like the main group, and the logistics, there's 13 experienced volunteer that is in the logistics team, and they handle all the big decision, planning, coordinating, administration, financing, and all that stuff. And they also, of course, do the regular activities like every other member of our organization. So our day usually starts with the activities that are announced by the logistics team in the Viber group chat. And we have the main groups. We have the 180 members in the group, but that's not the real number of volunteers. In 180 members, some of them never actually showed up. So we have maybe 70 to 80 active volunteers who show up maybe once or twice a month. And We have also drivers, that like 30 to 40 drivers maximum. We have a different Viber group for only the distribution and the drivers, and one general where's everybody. So, of course, we always need another people. we always need more volunteers and more help. So our doors are always open for everybody to help, to come to us to be a part of our organization and help the community and everything. So new members can sign up to be a part of KSNS via Google form online. And then once a month, we hold an introduction meeting for everybody. So we explain everything to them in that meeting. So, and of course, like 40% of them never actually show up. So that's standard stuff. Okay, activities fall in two different categories: food preparation and cooking. Food preparation takes place in Monday and Friday evenings, where ingredients are like chopped, cleaned, and made ready for the cooking. And the cooking is next day on Tuesday and Saturdays, where it's it includes several tasks: cooking, serving, packing, and distribution, and of course cleaning the place. Volunteers come only for 1 or 2 tasks a day, so we don't overwork anybody, and nobody needs to spend their entire day in the kitchen doing everything. So only 1 or 2 tasks. For example, I usually come to kitchen when the meals are already cooked, and I help with packing and distribution because I'm usually lazy and I don't want to wake up early in the morning to do the cooking. So I come later in the day. So of course, part of the food is served at Youth Center, TK, and people come to grab a bite, maybe a cup of coffee or 2 or tea, of course, and have to chit-chat, hang with us or with each other. And in the winter, it's really important that for them, because they usually come to warm up a little inside the place. And that's really important for us to have a welcoming space where people can relax and have some fun and feel seen and heard. It's the main thing why we do all the stuff we do. So at the same times, meals are packed in 2 ways. We use single-use packaging only for the homeless people and people who don't have access for water, electricity, and all that stuff. And we use glass jars for people who do. So the glass jars, we usually fill up about 200 jars per cooking. And because we are always in the need for more jars, via social media, we always ask for people to donate their glass to us. So, of course, the jars are returned, they're cleaned, they're used once again. So, of course, besides cooked main dish, we also serve bread, fruit, and salads. Food is then distributed via 2 routes, so we need 2 drivers per cooking, and that usually lasts for an hour and a half or 2 hours, maybe. And all activities are usually done via
From the morning until 4 p.m. So from 8:30 until 4 p.m.
Everything is done, yes. And of course, kitchen is cleaned and everything is left pristine because other organization and all of the activities that take place in the youth center, we try to have a clean place all the time. So currently we support about 300 users, and we constantly get new requests, and people always want more, and new users are always coming up. So that's just say how bad things actually are, but that's why we are all here. So.
For the next part, we would like to say a bit more about donations and how are we actually being funded, if I can say that, we are solely counting on our community and the city of Novi Sad. We are only getting and receiving donations from individuals via live donations or via transferring like bank accounts. We are not accepting donations from companies and corporations. That is part of our, as for I can say, every other kitchen, and our goal is to not be dependent on anyone else outside of our community and our people. When it comes to, yes, donations, so in some months donations are better, some months they are less than we need, but that's we can probably say that for now, in the last few years, we could provide the lunches that actually our community and the people who need it the most, we could provide that. When it comes to a certain time of the year, when some periods around the holidays and some other additional activities, we can also support our community and families in need. For example, around the holidays, New Year's Eve, we are always trying to do our best and provide additional packages, not only for the families, but also for the kids. We all know that in our communities, not only adults and older people are affected, but the kids, and we are trying to make their childhood a bit better with everything that we can. In those packages, as we are trying not only to put the basic necessities, but also some fun stuff, if we could, and also for the adults, basic hygiene products, and also food which can last for a longer time, with additional help that we can sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes give to those families also is, for example, for the beginning of the school year, we are trying to do our best and also help the kids out to the start at the school would be as easy as it is possible. And also, of course, if certain families request, we can always provide some additional needs, for example, strollers for the babies, some additional food, baby supplies, anything in the household that they would need but they cannot afford. That is usually communicated to our group chat and to our internal community and the volunteers. So that is not something, and of course we individually, if we could in the community to bring that to the youth center, then they could come and pick up, or we can distribute it to the families directly. I am happy that we could say that in the city of Novi Sad we have a solid and stable co-working situation with local coffee shop, restaurants, bookshops who have the same morals and same goals and same, I can say, views. And they are supporting us, and they are also trying to let more people know what we are doing, and they can also help us with certain amount of donations.
I speak last. I would like to say more about how our kitchen helped the student protests, because me and Alexandra are active students in Novi Sad in the university. Very shortly, since we are from Novi Sad, it's important to mention how deeply it disturbed our community, what happened on the train station on 1st of November 2024. The canopy fell after the station was renewed 3 times. 14 people died on the spot, and 2 people later died from related injuries. And the massive anger spiked now 2-year-long protests against corruption, and students were the main leaders of going to people and pushing this message of we need to self-organize, we don't have the help of the government actively denies their corruption, and they don't care if people die. So when students started massive protests in Novi Sad, We were there right away. Here, behind this fog is the train station. This was in the first month of the protests. We immediately used our big pots that we used to cook food. We used it to warm up water and make tea because while the protest, we were blocking the main entrance to the city for 6 hours straight, and it was very cold because it was November, December time, and we turned on like our fire and like our heating mantles, and we cooked tea and coffee for everybody present. Later on, the biggest protest in Novi Sad it was the 1st of February 2025. There were recorded, I think, 200,000 people visited Novi Sad, were in active protest, and for the record, the entire population of Novi Sad is 300,000. So back then when that was happening, we also put all of our cooking equipments outside during the protest to feed people who came from all over Serbia to support. Because we are a vegan and a vegetarian kitchen, and as my colleagues from Belgrade and Niš said previously, there are religious celebrations and times because the population of Serbia is 90% Orthodox Christians and also has a huge Muslim community. So of course there are times where it's prohibited to eat meat. So when that was happening, we would deliver food to students that were blocking the faculties, and they would be very thankful for the vegan food, for options without meat, without dairy. And when students received massive donations, many of the students in Novi Sad are also volunteers of the kitchen. They would deliver their extra donations to our kitchen, knowing that we distribute them further. So it was a really beautiful time of strengthening our community. As with the media, we usually use Instagram. That's where we're most active. We, of course, have Facebook for our older people who prefer it. And and we're also trying TikTok for even newer generations that prefer it. But Instagram is really our favorite to use. And there you will find links to the Google form to apply for volunteering. You will find invitations to, of course, donate jars that we can use to pack food, to donate supplies, to be a part of our, because besides receiving donations from people physically, we also host parties and host celebrations where we gather money and host trades selling secondhand stuff so we can collect money for our kitchen. That's also where we would post about that. And many of small and big local media and TV reporters would come or of course they would announce themselves. They say that they want to come and record us doing our usual activities. We would allow them as long as they don't record our users of our kitchen, because we respect their privacy. And of course volunteers would be asked on the spot if they want to be recorded. If not, it's only hands, packaging and stuff like that. And there will be short reports on small TV channels or on radio stations, and that's also another way we advertise ourselves. Up here I want to point out, you can see our logo. It was there since the kitchen was founded. It's a little Molotov cocktail. That's also a can of tomato juice, because tomato juice is in our every recipe. You can also see it on our shirts, and on our shirts is the peril Niko gladan and Niko bez doma, which is also there since the beginning, and it means nobody remains hungry and nobody remains unhoused, and that's our main motto. Thank you. Of course, thank you again for El Chef for having us hosted, for being giving us such great hospitality. Hopefully, since Belgrade people called you and Niš people called you, hopefully we can host you on our birthday on the 23rd of May. And of course, anybody who's in Serbia at that time, feel free to visit us in Crna Kuća or CK 13. Thank you again, and if there's any questions, of course, ask.
Are there any questions?
I wanted to ask you about your merch. How do you produce it, or have it produced by someone? How is it funded? I mean, in terms of budgeteering, how much of your budget is spent on merchandise?
So we produce merchandise very rarely because we want to use the bulk of our money to make food, of course. That's our number one priority. So we would usually produce merch for our birthday or for our parties that we host, like on certain important dates. And when that time arrives, we usually have like our volunteers have their personal contacts of like small businesses that do printing, and those businesses like we usually have stickers and badges and shirts and tote bags. So yeah, sadly everybody was handing out today like a whole lot of merch, and we felt a little silly for not bringing anything, but that's because we're saving and budgeting all our money for 2 weeks that we have the birthday to actually produce all the merch.
Thank you very
again.
much.
So, let me start with the good news. The good news is there's food, but wait, just not yet. So the plan for the end of the event was that right now would be a time for general questions, questions you might have about El Chef or anything of that sort. And let me also tell you what's going to happen tomorrow, because that's also important. So today we were doing a presentation about our past, the things that we have done up until now, mostly each group separately. What we want to do tomorrow is we want to talk about the future and what we can do together in the future. So I want you to spend the rest of the day today. People are going to be here, so you can ask your questions right now if you want it to be official and on video and all of that stuff, or you can wait and just chat with people afterwards while we're eating and maybe having some drinks and so on. And then I want you to think about what you heard from the other groups and think about how we can move tomorrow, sleep on it, dream about it, and come here tomorrow and tell us your ideas. We have some ideas of our own, and we want to move forward together. So this is what's going on.
So before everyone leaves, and of course, if you want to ask some questions, I wanted to say a few words. Again, thank you everyone for coming today. It was amazing that you were able to participate and be a part of this with us. We enjoyed it very much. It took a lot of planning, and we're very happy that it was able to go smoothly. What I wanted to say is it's amazing seeing so many different kitchen and movements happening throughout different cities. We all understand how important it is to organize on a local level. Everyone's doing it, and creating community through food, through other activities, and it's beautiful that there are kitchens that have been able to do it for many years and other kitchens that are starting now. I'm very happy. It gives me hope, because a lot of times the movement can be disappointing and scary. But today was, it gave me hope that we can do more in the future and better things. So thank you. Of course, if anyone else wants to speak now, the mic is open.
Okay, we can go eat. Thank you very much. And again, thank you from Omnia TV for recording everything. They were here many hours, and it was amazing.